You know what? I know I do have tobacco. Let me just close the garage door.
No problem.
It had spring sprung in Boston.
Is 60 degrees out.
Nice.
Almost. Maybe it was like 58 today. It's gorgeous.
That's satisfying.
Yes. Very
And what are
much
you
so.
smoking on?
Some rosin that I made with Alex.
Nice.
Yeah. There were some Z types in there. It was like RS11 was in there, and some Rainbow Belts 2.0 was in there. There was something else that was like Truffle Monkey from Exotic that was in there. I feel like there might have been something else too, but I know those were in there. But it's that kind of tropical thing.
Nice. Yeah, this is some grapefruit from Tyson.
Nice. Is it the sweet pink grapefruit or is it the grapefruit chem?
Well, they're
very similar.
I gotta ask him, but I mean, it has like a grapefruit, but it has a little bit of gas on the back end.
If it's got gas, it's the grapefruit chem, which is the sweet pink grapefruit chem D that my buddy Trade Wind Seed Company popped.
If DP might jump on with us, in which case he could answer that question or ask. Actually, you know what? Let me see if. Where is Tyson? Is the
sweet pink came from, well, originally from Breeder Steve, but it came to our circle through Owen, and then my buddy Tradewind passed me the grapefruit chem, and then that's how that one entered our circle there.
All right, so hopefully Tyson will answer at some point, but I figured this is the recurring series of when Peter does random tasks just to go live and have someone keep him company. So I figured while I do data entry with a whole bunch of new lines you sent in, we could talk about them. But let me just queue up. I'm going to throw some tobacco in here with it. Give me 1 second. There's DP. You can multitask. Make lunch and hang out. Oh, there's. Oh, it's the sweet pink grapefruit.
Yep. So then that was.
It does have, but it did have a little bit of a gassy back end.
Well, that's one of the old lines, man. It's Breeder Steve, Spice of Life, and that's what went into Sweet Tooth. And Sweet Tooth was like the first thing that I grew ever, way back in like 04 into 05. That's so Sweet Pink is like tied to that in my mind. Even though the Sweet Pink grapefruit is a lot more citral than the Sweet Tooth.
Yeah, no, it was great. Everything, as you know, Tyson has a talent, and it is growing dank weed.
One of them. One of the talents.
Not his only talent.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the I went out to dinner the other night, and there was like a pasta that was like umami. It like Parmesan and maybe some truffle in there, and there was a red wine where just it was such a good 1-2 like punch in my mouth. And the other day I was smoking a grapey I can't remember what it was, but I had like some of my tobacco in there, and it was also just like a nice like mix of flavors. But
I can appreciate your appreciation for it. Mixing tobacco with it isn't I don't really care for it personally.
I agree, but it's homegrown tobacco, and it has a totally different effect on me than if I just broke up like a Camel Light or a Marlboro Red. And
Certainly,
it's
yes.
like it doesn't give me that ill, like nauseous feeling or like dizzy that like if you had a cigarette.
Yeah. And I imagine that every variety of tobacco, even cultivated by the same person, are going to have a broad spectrum of effects.
Yeah. So
It's the shade tobacco, right? The Connecticut shade. Is that
this
what
one
this
is
is?
the shade, yeah, and I also have some Glessner tobacco over there that sometimes I put in, and then I have some Shaman tobacco, which is very high nicotine. Fuck, where'd that go?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me log in.
Is the Shaman one like a totally different experience?
It's very potent. Hold on, of course, my laptop's. Give me 1 second. Of course, this isn't logging in now. Hold on. Which was the whole point of this, so I could do data entry.
Yeah, it's not popping up on YouTube now either. Oh, are we on O2?
We are on the Quattro, which
Okay.
is the 4.
Cool.
It's the low key. Oh, nice. Yeah, no, I'm psyched. I mean, I'm gonna grow something new out this year. I was originally gonna go with some Turkish tobacco, but I may switch to something else. Someone was sending me some heirloomy stuff, but it hasn't come yet. But that's what I'm waiting on. Okay, sorry. Here we go. Uncle Doobie. So I figured you could just talk about stuff while I do the data entry. So the first
Yeah,
one was the Chem 91 crossed with the Fire on the Mountain.
okay. Those are some older ones. It's the Scarlet Fire. That's actually one of the ones that I'm going to be dropping with Leo now too. And to be fair, I sent you these ones a little while back. But yeah, we've run those lines out for a minute. I think I have some hash from it around here too that my buddy Roadrunner did. Fantastic. Yeah, it's a great line. So it's Chem 91, hit by the Hunter Mountain Sour Diesel by Chem Fuego. So Chem Fuego, that was from Skunk VA. It's the sour band crossed to the Chem 91 BX3, and that onto the Hunter Mountain Sour Diesel. Fuego, fire on the Hunter Mountain, the old age of the Hunter Mountain, fire on the mountain, obviously. And what comes before fire on the mountain? Scarlet Begonias. So Scarlet Fire would be the name of that string. Yeah, it's a great line. It's very soury.
On the.
If
And
I
then what
had
do we
some,
want to retail that for?
it was like 1.5, and it was coming with a freebie in those releases. Now I think those are going to be released 1.5, no freebie. But it's a fantastic line.
Okay, so we got 3 of those.
Yeah.
All right. That one is now live.
Cool. I think that might have already been up there. I think that might have just been a restock there. I
I
kind
don't
of think so. I
Hold
think
on.
so. I'm sorry.
Really?
Think so.
Because I looked. Hold on. Search. Hold on. Fire on the Mountain.
It might be expressed as Hunter Mountain Sour Diesel X Chem Fuego.
Oh. No, so we have Hunter Mountain Sour crossed with. Oh, yeah, Fire on the Mountain. Sorry.
So Hunter Mountain Sour Diesel Fire on the Mountain is Hunter Mountain Sour Diesel, Hunter Mountain Sour Diesel Chem 91, Chem Fuego. Blah, blah. And then this is Chem 91 Hunter Mountain Sour Diesel Chem Fuego rather than Hunter Mountain Sour Chem Fuego. The Fire
Right,
on the
so
Mountain,
I don't think
Fire
this
on the
is
Mountain
listed
itself
yet.
is just Hunter Mountain Sour Diesel by Chem Fuego. That is Fire on the Mountain. And so that line, when we hit that onto the A cut of sour, that's the Sour BX 1.5. We also hit it onto the Hunter Mountain Sour. We that's one that I think is going to drop with Aficionado too, coming up very shortly. What
Okay, but
first you're
just
talking about was the
to be
Scarlet
clear,
Fire.
so I don't think we posted this one yet,
We
right?
didn't post that one yet. I'm surprised
I-
because I thought we did.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay.
Chem 91 by Hunter Mountain Sour Diesel by Chem Fuego.
Is what I just did the data entry for, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Ready?
Yep. Diesel Fire on the Mountain.
So that's up next.
All right. And Diesel is Chem D by Western Mass Super Skunk. It's like, I don't know, it's like a raunchier diesel kind of thing. Not my favorite, but it's a good one. People like it. It's not the end that of the spectrum of what I would call sour, in my opinion. It's got more funk to it than that. Sour's like more just straightforward gas. It's not like I lean towards the 91 and I lean towards the sour rather than the Chem D and the funk side. But that's that other expression, that Chem D kind of the funk side. You know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's going to be fantastic when those two things come together. It's magical. They meet in the middle. The sweet gas with the raunch gas is like it's one of the magic combos. It just is.
Okay, and then what do you want to retail that for?
That's same numbers.
Yeah, and in all of these, there are like ones. I mean, my eyes suck. There are a lot of seeds in there.
About 25.
Yeah. So
however many can cram into the vial, and it's usually about 25.
A healthy full scoop.
Yes.
Yeah. So for everyone watching, this is data entry with friends.
Nice. I couldn't pull up normally I try to pull up the show, but I couldn't find the FCP4 channel. FCP 04, right? 04.
Quattro. It is maybe someone. Well, actually, you know what? I'll post it. Can you see the chat?
I can't. That's why I'm unclear on it.
Okay, let me.
I would answer anything in the chat, but for whatever reason,
I'll send you the link. Give me 1 second.
Can you send it to me in email?
Well, I'll send it. So if you look in our little chat, do you see that I just posted a link? And then just pause it so you don't hear double.
Yeah, I'll mute it on the computer. I can't do this. I'm gonna have to like like I can't copy paste. I'm going to have to, you know, it's
Are you
okay.
on a
I can do it.
computer?
I've got a computer next to my phone. Yeah.
Oh, so but what I'm seeing is you on the phone or you on the
You're
computer?
seeing me on the phone.
Oh, got it. Okay.
I'm sorry. That's
All
why I
right.
was like, if you
Then let
email
me
it to me,
email
then
it.
I'll.
Yeah. All
Okay,
right, hold on.
cool. Sorry. I don't mean to make it needlessly complicated.
It's okay. I'm high and happy.
Awesome. My usual email is fine. Yeah.
There we go. Oh. Okay. Let me know if that made it through.
All right.
All right.
It's loading. All right. No, it did not. It did not
Oh, really? Hold on.
get through. Sorry.
Hold on. That's weird. Check again.
Okay.
I mean, I can also.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Let me see if it came into spam or something. Oh yeah, it did. It came to spam.
Nice.
All right.
It's interesting that the one like 10 minutes ago didn't go into spam.
Yeah.
We could get my mom on the phone, and this could be we could do some tech support.
I'm happy with it now. You got
while people watch. Rotten, jump on. Okay.
Oh, now I can see all the chat too.
That's right.
Cool.
Okay, so
Peter of Spammer confirmed.
mountain. Sorry. Is that the second one? Yes. All right. Published.
1 second.
Two
I mean,
down.
I'm here. I'll just have to do a dab.
Okay, the next one is East Bay Sour Diesel 2.5.
So the East Bay V1, that was from Kemma. She gave it to my buddy Elite Nursery 617. Shout out. And he gave that to me. It was her Sour Dog I-95. Sour Dog was from JJ from Top Dog. And it was the AJ Sour. Hunter Mountain Sour, the old sour. AJ. By the Trace Dog. And Trace Dog was a ChemD BX2 that they made. And that's ChemD, cross to ChemD, cross to ChemD by Afghani or Hindu Kush, whatever you want to call it. But so it was that ChemD Kush hit onto the ChemD was the so ChemD by ChemD Kush was the double dog, and then that hit onto the ChemD again was the ChemD Trace Dog, which was a ChemD BX2, and that hit onto the Chem 4 made Star Dog, but that hit onto the AJ Sour made the Sour Dog, and the Sour Dog selected by Kemma and like her ex there. That one was what they hit with their with the I-95. I-95 was another Top Dog variety, which was it was like Triangle Kush crossed to a cross of Legend OG by Stardog in cross to a Stardog in cross 2, and the Stardog in cross is like an F2. I talked to Mike about this, and it's like it's an F2 Stardog F2 hitting the Legend OG, and then that whole thing hit by a Stardog IX2, which was really a Stardog F3. So a Stardog F3 hitting Legend OG by Stardog F2, and then that whole thing hitting Triangle Kush. That's the I-95, and so I know this is convoluted. So the Sour Dog by I-95 hit by I-95 was Kema's East Bay V1. I hit that with the Sour BX 3.5. It was just another thing when I was making the next. I think it was was it the 3.5 or the 2.5? When I was making the next generation of my sour back cross, I take what I have as extra plants around there and let's knock them up too. Especially if it's going to be a good gassy pairing. And I'm sorry, my camera stayed off because I was spacey. I was finished with that a second ago.
I had a question in my head. Oh, so are on the pure sour, are you now doing a 5.5?
Yeah, that's in the works.
And is the like, what do you project out in terms of like 7.5, like 6.5, 7.5, 8 point? Like, is there a kind of target of when you're like,
when every seed is identical, phenotypic homogeny?
Okay.
At the point where I want it to be, where I'm going to be happy with it. And I mean, it's not that I'm not happy with it now. I'm very happy with it. I want it to be like, not like it's hard to miss, like it's impossible to miss. And right now the 3.5 is 97.65625%. The 90, the BX 5.5 is going to be 98.8. I want to say it's 828125%, but over 98.
So you'll get like two plants that are slightly different in kind of their phenotypic expression. Is that kind of the idea?
I don't want them to be different. I want them to be
No. I'm saying when you're saying it's 98.5, that implies that out of 100 seeds popped.
That's talking about like, so a BX1 is an outcross of one plant. It's your target mother hit by a different male, and then you take a male from that and hit it back onto the target mother again, so that it's 75% of that strain. Now, I started out with the Chem Fuego from Skunk VA, which is itself 25% sour diesel. So instead of my original outcross being 50% sour, it was 62.5% sour, because a quarter of that other half of the Chem Fuego half was itself sour diesel. So from 50%, I went up to 62.5 already on my first outcross.
Ooh.
So then when I did the BX 1.5, brought it back another generation, we were at that point 81.25%. rather than 75%. And then on the BX 2.5, instead of being 93.75%, we were at 95.3125%. And then, so on and so forth. And then the by BX 4.5, we're already at 97.65625% sour in regular seeds, and I haven't really seen that done.
Are there on your Instagram, someone asked about since you're on your phone, I can pull shit up from my computer, but
yeah,
should I just start scrolling back on your IG?
You sure could.
All right, wait, hold on. So Travis, this should only take like 10 minutes, so then it could be whatever we want to talk about. That was in response to patiently waiting for that blunt to be rolled.
Yeah.
All right, let me. So sorry, the East Bay. Is that 152?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to put everything in that same bracket there.
So everything 150. All right, got it. That
except for the BX 1.5, 2.5, 3.5.
Right, no. All this stuff I'm about to do data entry for.
Yeah.
Okay.
So all the same price point that we've had it at,
And then most inquisitive, I love it. Travis has a question. Do you see that?
Oh. What would the percentage equal for equal genetic combination or plant expression? I'm talking about the genetic combination. So you're supposed to get 50% from mom and 50% from dad, right? it's not going to be the same 50% in everybody, which is why we don't look identical to our siblings, right? But it's 50% from mom, 50% from dad. So then what I'm doing is I'm looking uh that, and you add the percentage in the mom, which is always 100 because I'm back crossing it, and then the percentage that's in the father, and then the result of that equation you divide by 2, and then that's how you get it. I don't know. That's how I get it. But of course, it's like what genes are going to be dominant and stuff, and that's important. So that's why it takes so much trial and error, and it takes a minute to get there.
I'll get to the sour in a minute, but I need to. All right, so that one is done. That was the East Bay. So next up is the Grease Band Sour Diesel 2.5.
So the Grease Band, that's fantastic stuff right there. The Grease Band is itself Grease Monkey. It's from the 2013 release. Selection by Vital Flower. Shout out Vital Flower. And he selected that one. Got that with my buddies back in like 2014. And it was in my basement. It got pollinated by a branch of the 707 headband that I left on some lowers. And we got like a few nanners on there. Came up with 15 seeds from it. Of those 15 seeds, I gave 7 of them to my buddy who was helping me out in the garden, Green Meatball, and then I kept the other 8. I only popped half of that other 8, and that Grease Band came out of that. And people, seem to really love that plant. I really love that plant. It's a very special plant. That hit by the Sour BX 2.5 is what we're talking about. I actually have some of those going from seed right now myself, but those are really good. As with all the Grease Monkey outcrosses and the Grease Band outcrosses, there'll be like a third of them that have this trait of total immunity to mildew. Total immunity. Like you can run VPD with temps in the mid 80s and humidity in the mid 70s through bloom and not have to worry about things like that. So it's a great advantage there.
Look who's here.
Let's guess. Hey, AGP.
Cheers. That's a big thing for up here in the Northeast then. If it's resistant, we get a lot of the PM at the end of the season up here for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely an issue, especially outdoors because of that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was Ryan saying yesterday about the powdery mildew gene? Wasn't he talking about that yesterday?
I think
I was like in and out. Nice. What's that?
This is that ZZBM.
Oh, that's one of Tyson's there.
I got that, and then I grabbed a couple of the. Since you're talking sour, the only one we have right now is the not so sour. So I grabbed some of that. So what's your opinion on that one?
Oh man,
and where do you think it went?
Or anything. I've hung on to it.
It took a while. It took a while in the cure for the sour to come.
It's not real sour, in my opinion. It's like it's rubbery rather than gas. It's like I would think that it's one of those reservoir things. Honestly, and
yeah.
Like to me, that's not a true. Sour's a sativa, man. It's not supposed to be making you drool. It's supposed to be blasting you off. It's an uplifting experience. It's a euphoric experience.
That's why I grabbed
that one doesn't have that.
ZZBM.
And but that's not my thing because of the terpenoline. But
yeah, 100%.
I love Tyson.
Yeah.
But yeah, but so it's supposed to be like sour is supposed to be euphoric. It's not. And the other thing about that one, so it's great it's got analgesic properties. It's a good plant, but it's not a good representation of sour diesel. Just because something looks like sour diesel doesn't mean it behaves like sour diesel.
So you think that one, what, in the growth it looks like it, or the bud structure, or what?
Yeah.
It's a look-alike. Like after 3-4 weeks, that's when I really started kind of getting the sour out of it on the cure. It took a long time.
Like that. So sour has all these volatile sulfur compounds and other volatile organic compounds, terpenes that will just evaporate off of it, and so it's really fire for the first month after it's dry, and it's like that's it. and then after that, it's like it's
It
still
just loses
great,
everything.
but it's not the same thing. Yeah, I mean, it'll behave differently if you have it like in a jar fermenting the whole time, and so it doesn't properly off gas. But it's going to become a different thing, and it's not what I don't know. It's not what I think of as sour. The thing that's sour is like I don't know. It makes me almost fiendish, dude.
I
It like
gotta
makes me both
try
generous
the.
and fiendish.
Which one
It's weird.
did Alex grow out last run?
He grew some of my BX 3.5.
Three,
Uh,
yeah. So he brought
and
that to the
he
gratitude
also had the
sesh.
Hunter Mountain Sour, which is the old
Yes.
AJ
Yep.
cut, which he
Yep.
also got from me.
He
Um,
brought both those. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, and you got to try the grease band. He said too.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
just
The grease band.
yeah, which is the Grease Monkey
Yeah.
707 headband.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. 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 Yeah.
yeah, and that's one of that's the mom in the class that you were just entering, Peter. That's the one that I was mentioning the resistance
Have
of
you
is
already gone through the differences of all the cuts you have of the sours? Like, I mean, you're one of the
yeah.
few that like actually goes out and tries to actively grab anything that somebody's saying, "Hey, this is sour." And I
Yeah,
mean, you
well, I
have a
mean, nothing
pretty
has been except for the A. The A is it, and it already is. It's just because I want to be able to show people the differences between it. I ran that Albany for the first time, and I got to say that one to me, it's like that one is like the A in structure, more like the Hunter Mountain in terp profile, but way less loud than the Hunter Mountain. Hunter Mountain is like screaming loud compared to it. I don't know. Uh, it's still it. It's my third favorite of the of in there, and I haven't tried it
Do
yet,
you
but
think
right
they're
now,
actually
I think it might have, knocked 91 and right out of that next spot there. But it's
yeah,
okay. It's like it's like because I want things to be good. I don't want them to
yeah.
not live up to the other thing. I want to find something that I see and I'm like, oh my god, that's better. And
Well, so Steve, how'd you like the smoke of the stuff Alex?
I think that was Alex's best harvest. Everything he brought was a great representation. Everything was cured right. It was all,
That's awesome.
yeah, I was really proud of him. And it was nice to see the progression of everybody. But yeah, the sour was good. And then he made hash from it too. And it was just whipped. So
yeah.
yeah,
He had other
really.
sours in there too, though. He had a few different sours that were
Yeah,
all together in there.
mixed,
So
right?
it was a cacophony of sours. It was,
Greenhouse. Yeah.
yeah, but you're not gonna see
What's
any
up,
one of the cuts
Chad?
really did on its own, and nuances between that and the others. You know
The
what I'm saying?
nuances. The nuances.
That's what we're talking about here because they are nuance. It's nuanced differences that the
100%.
layperson might not even perceive. Right?
Do you think that it was maybe the same thing early on and then through
No, no,
people's environment? No, they're just
no.
different.
They're
Yeah.
different.
Okay.
There's
Yeah.
like a couple real things, and then everything else is a remash of somebody getting a bag seat out of one of those, or I mean, everything's a
Okay.
bag
Yep.
seat of
Yep.
something originally. So,
Yeah.
suppose so for sour,
Right.
we know
Right.
that it
Right.
like the dog bud, there's bag seed in that. That was Chem 91 was a bag seed from that. A bag seed from the 91 was the mother of sour, right? Because it was a bag seed of a
Right.
bag seed of 91, which was a bag, so that's
Yeah. Okay.
that's just the truth of it,
Do you like?
right? So, oh, did you disappear? Oh, you're back.
Who, me?
No, DP.
Oh, did I? I might. I don't have the best connection, but
I could hear you the whole
yeah.
time.
Okay.
Just quickly,
I guess
Truffle
we're gonna
Monkey.
see you
Cha-cha-cha.
on Wednesday,
You're coming.
DP. Yeah, I'm coming.
Is it at Tyson's or where are you
Fuck
guys
yeah.
gonna do
Hell
it?
yeah, dude. That's gonna be awesome.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That should be fun.
Yeah. That's the. Yeah, I'm excited. It'll be fun. Good people. I think
Yes.
he pops up every once in a while. He's from Pennsylvania, Collective Marijuana. He's coming out.
Cool.
He's really good people.
From Pennsylvania?
Yeah, pretty good little truck.
Oh, I guess you guys are Western Connecticut.
It's funny. I don't even know where we're at in Connecticut.
I've
I mean, I know the
been there,
town.
but
I
I
just
can't
don't know
point
where,
it out
like,
on a
on
map.
the
I'll be
map.
real.
Yeah, I don't know where the fuck on the map it is. So we started talking about Delaware the other day. I was like, where the fuck is Delaware at? Some things you
Start
just don't.
driving south.
Yeah. I'm about to be driving south. I got to figure out what route I'm taking to Arizona.
Chad saying he ran Twin Peaks. I ran that too back in the day. That was using a different mail. It wasn't his BX3. It was his BX2. It was a generation before that.
Silent Troop Choo Choo.
It's Kev's
Come out to the
sister
sesh.
by Chem 91 BX2. It's all right. It was good. It wasn't great. I got to be honest, right?
Do you give it a couple runs? Do you ever judge the first run off of everything, or do you sometimes like account things
I
have
select
to
based
get
on the first one.
acclimated? Yeah, okay.
And then I got to dial that selection in the next couple runs.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And by the third run, then you know what something's really like.
Yeah. Do you ever have problems with?
I would have expressed that in the inverse. I would have put the mom first and then the male second. And it's kind of funny because in the rest of the ag world, they put the male first, right? But in cannabis, it became the convention to put the male second.
Chad,
Well,
Tyson.
So it's interesting. One of
Oh, there's a new version. I didn't know there was a new version, Chad. I'm sorry.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
No. What was I gonna say? With Dwight, he lists his males first, and he had so many really long, like this x this x this, and then that's like one like. Anyway, I had to reverse everything, so just like on the phone with him, trying to make sure like I got it all right was while high was a little time consuming.
Wow.
Oh, that's what
So what's up with the wildfires? Did everything calm down and everything's extinguished and people getting back to normal, or as normal as they can get, huh?
The next apocalyptic moment was we had like flash floods, and because we had just like monsoon type rain, and on my street, literally like the car across the street was facing up the hill, and I was just like, that car is just going to be swept away like any second. I mean, it didn't, but like that's how much and how fast the water was coming down the middle of my, like I've never seen flooding like that.
Yeah.
In the same way that 2 weeks earlier I had never seen fire like
That's
that
wild.
where I live. Like driving around, you see it all the time in the LA area, like especially up and down the 405. Yeah, so hopefully
a little bit of.
But it's crazy because like I think these fires came because last year there was so much rain, which like after like up in Topanga, I remember the rare times it would rain, because Topanga is like, there are like scorpions and rattlesnakes. It's like just dry, just the life that explodes and lives for like 3 weeks before it all dies off again. And it's like everything's trying to survive in those little short windows. So all of SoCal got tons of rain. So in all those areas that are normally just like dry and barren, life exploded. And then 9 months without a day of rain after that. So like all that stuff was a tinderbox. But anyway.
I just dropped my weed in my lap from the joint.
So just quickly, Truffle Monkey crossed with a sour diesel. That's the 3.5, right?
Yeah. And the Truffle Monkey is it's like truffle mint chocolate chip, right from
yes.
And then that whole thing crossed to Grease Monkey, but from Exotic.
How does sour pass on its genes? Like how prevalent are like on a selection? If you're do you have like a large selection of sour weaning, and then I've heard that some males pass on
So
more than others.
it's just like I select the male to be just like mom. That's what I want.
Okay.
I want the same growth structure, the same morphology. I want the same kind of leaves, the same serrations on those leaves, the same stem rub. So I've always got sours vegging next to it, like from clone, that I can be. I know it's not the same as growing from seed, but it's pretty freaking close. You get into the same size, rubbing the stems, scratching it on one of them, back and forth, and trying to get the closest thing you can get. Because what I'm doing, I'm doing successive back crosses. I want it to be as close to mom as I can get it.
Right.
So same kind of stretch and everything too. And you know, uh, it's good to have a couple selections for your males.
Mm-hmm.
When I made the 4.5s with the 3.5s, one of those males was just dropping pollen, but like no clouds. Like it would open up, the anthers would fall, but it wouldn't be. And then the other one, it looked more sparse, but you just flicked it and it would erupt in pollen. And
Okay.
so
Yeah.
it's good to have.
I guess that's another thing. Do different plants like is pollen, or do different plants produce kind of different type? I mean, pollen's pollen, but I mean, is it any of it different? Right? Is like you said,
Yeah,
some.
it's definitely different. You know, just like
Yeah.
your nut would be different than your sibling's nut. It's going to be
Right.
different.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And
I just
so that's
didn't
why,
know if
like,
some was like.
some of these people will keep their males and use them over and over again because it's their proven male and stuff. For me, that's not what I do. That's not the way to keep. That's the way towards stagnation, in my opinion, not the way towards progression. And I'm trying to keep the lines moving forward and not stay stuck on the last one.
Yeah.
Um, you know, uh,
That's nice.
because if I just I'm like, oh, this is perfect right here. Yes, it's consistency, but it's, I don't know, that
Yeah.
it's stagnation.
Okay. That makes sense.
To me, it
You
is.
see
To me, it
that?
is. Everybody's different. Somebody will be like, no, I'm a lot more chill and zen, and I can sit. I don't have to keep hiking. I can sit down here and paint the landscape, and I understand that too. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure. That's a good thing to have realization about.
Yeah. So I'm
Actually,
not saying that my way is the only way. I'm just saying this is just the way that I do it. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And the way that somebody else will do it. The fact that we're all different people with our different our different perceptions, and that's kind of what
100%.
makes things interesting. Who wants to have a conversation with themselves?
Right? I do it all
Um,
day. It pisses me off.
I do a lot of talking to myself in the garage. Do you see that one?
yeah, I saw. What are the differences in my? This is like poking the bear again here. All right, I don't like the work that was done by Reservoir Seeds. The reason people keep saying sour isn't the same over and over again is because they keep looking in the same wrong place, which is everything that was made from sour. Now, first they did the early stuff, their ECSD stuff, where you get rubbery, like in the not so dog, rather than the mouth coat gas. And it's also a different viscosity of resin. I don't, what is that? That's Tyson's. I mean, that's Rich's. Jeez,
Yeah.
what am I saying?
Richie's
That's
fall
Rich's.
honey.
Yeah, that's Rich and Maya's there.
Oh, with the
Honey.
chaga.
Yeah. So, but
This is
what
just
I was
their
saying was,
fall. Yeah.
so first you get the rubbery rather than the gassy in that, and then later on when they work their line longer, you get like a citrus thing in there, and neither of that is the real thing. And the karma is all built on that later citrus part. So that's when they took an NYC diesel male and hit it onto ECSD, and then that is the sour diesel IBL. And I don't like that stuff. The red stuff is. I'm sorry, it's not what I like. It's not. I think it is a name. It is a name hijack. All right, and then that's what Karma built his stuff on, was selecting that and then back crossing to that crap over and over and over again. Now, as many other people who like sour have done, I of course grew that stuff back in the day, not the Karma stuff, the old res sour IBLs. There's a reason why it didn't stick around in my stable. I can keep plants for a
Right.
decade, you know, but things have to be the fire to stay. And that stuff was just not it's just not it. Okay. Sour's done in 8.5 to 9.5 weeks. It is not done in taking forever. The people who say that have never had the real thing.
Yeah. Okay.
The real sour is done 8.5 to 9.5 weeks. It's just how it is.
How does it finish outside?
How many hours of full sun are you giving it and all that? You know, there's
Or yeah, so that matters as well. Then yeah, that makes sense.
of course it does.
Yeah, yeah, definitely makes sense. I was wondering if it like
I've seen people finish it in depths, you know, a lot sooner than outside. It's going to finish in October, you know?
October. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at least for me, in October. So,
Right.
All right.
Um,
Another
I'm just happy when
entry.
it comes down before Halloween, dude, because then the trick-or-treaters don't have to come smell it.
Little
go.
like 3-year-olds being like, "Mommy, what's that smell?"
fucking Karen and her daughter. Yeah. Karen.
Okay, the Lime Lunicorn OG crossed the Sour Diesel 3.5.
Lime Lunicorn is made by Richie, and it's
Nice.
so it is the Lunicorn, which is King Louis the 13th OG, crossed to the Purple Unicorn from Bodie, which is a Blackberry Kush Chemd. Hey, and then and then it's that crossed to his Candied Limes, which is Rainbow Chip from Exotic, crossed to Tahiti Limes from Archive. Tahiti Limes was like Moonbow by Lemon Lime. So that it's that crossed to the Sour BX 3.5. His Lime Lunicorn, his selection, which was a fantastic plant. And I had asked him for this other selection from it, this purple one, and I was like, "Can I have that?" And then when he brought it over, he gave me that other one too, and he's like, "You want this one?" And I was like, "I really wanted that." And he goes, "You need this one." And I was like, "Okay." And it was it. It was like, yeah, it was way better than that purple one. And that's the one that's in there. And I'll shut up again. Sorry.
No, you can. I'm happy when you're talking because I can focus on the.
Yeah.
I
Have some
I have
sleepy
like
Netflix.
things duplicating themselves, so I'm all.
So the lime
What's up,
Lunicorn's like
lobster?
raunchy gas funk.
Is that who jumped in?
So,
Cheers.
so Travis, you had a bunch of questions. Do you see that, Chris?
I did not. Which one?
Have you noticed any improvements over original clone only sour D when going down the generation of seeds?
Yeah. What I can say about that is I don't know. We are still seeing variation. Like at the 3.5s, there's one that our friend John found that's just ridiculous. I mean, most of what I've selected is funny because my selection, Alex's selection, my other buddy's selection, John's original selection, they were all pretty identical. But then like he also had this other outlier that's just I don't know, it's something else. I really should say more about it, but I mean, I feel like John needs to talk about that. He needs to come on and say something about it. But there's something like really caustic and biting in the like it's different. I would say that plant isn't it. It might be an improvement. It's every bit as good.
This one. Sorry. All right. So the oh, sorry, you just talked about the lime unicorn. Okay.
Yeah. Much love, Brian.
He just left here this morning. He came by and spent some time. Always good
Cool.
seeing Brian. Such a good guy.
Hell yeah.
All right. Sorry. A lot of copy pasting.
Sorry it took me a minute to get those over to you too. I know it's going to be like easier to do the copy pasting with me typing out the descriptions. I feel like a bunch of them though are already up there. You just have to. I do feel like that.
No. A bunch of them were restocks, but then
Yeah,
there
a
were
bunch of-
also these were all the ones that weren't.
Okay.
And like as I'm trying to squint and look at the super like small print, I was like, it'd be much nicer just to copy paste.
I have
than
to
try to.
I have to take off in 8 minutes to go pick my daughter up from school.
Yeah, we're this is the home stretch. Hold on.
Okay, no. I don't mind coming back later, but I have to go get her. I'm looking at the time.
So the Grease Monkey sour 2.5 as the mom, and then the sour 3.5
is the dad. Yeah, I haven't dug into those at all, but the Grease Monkey Sour BX 2.5, I loved that cross, and Alex drew my my selection from that, and I think you might have seen that too, DP.
Which one? I'm sorry.
It was Grease Monkey by Sour BX 2.5.
The sound is ringing bells.
Alex did it. It was
That
ridiculous.
one's kind of got more of the funk on it, right?
I think so.
If I'm
Yeah,
remembering
when he
correctly,
did it had more funk. I wish I could say that was when I did it. When I've done it, it's been good and it's had gas, but there's also a little bit of the dough going on in it, which
okay.
I
like the dough.
Yeah, but when Alex did it, it was better, and there wasn't dough in there too. When he did that same selection, my criteria for my selection was that I wanted it to have the immunity, and so I got one with the immunity, and I was like, this is my favorite one of the ones with the immunity, and so that was the one that I kept. But when Alex drew it, he drew way better than me.
Okay, this one has a very long.
What you smoking on, Rotten? Unnamed OG.
I think are you on mute?
Some Holy Communion.
No, you're not.
Oh,
there we go.
Holy Communion. Nice. That was a good one.
So is your Holy Communion Cuban Black dominant?
I don't think it has any Cuban in it.
Isn't it?
Or very little. But this one's definitely like a browner. That makes sense.
I thought it was Cuban Black in the Blue Dream.
It might be a little bit, actually.
I'm stoked. I've got some hazes coming down soon. So, yeah.
I'm stoked to smoke some of the sour.
Yes. The Nige is something that I'm really impressed by.
And sorry, John grew up DP. That was the 3.5 that he brought over. Didn't you say you smoked it the other day?
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was. Which one? I know he had the mountain one, right, dude? And then
John, if John had fire on the Hunter Mountain Sour Camfuego,
no. That was Alex, right?
That would have been Alex. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Alex had that one. Yeah, and then John, he did have.
Alex probably just had straight Hunter Mountain Sour too. Like I gave him like the cut of that.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah. And then what John had was like the A cut by the A cut by the A cut by the Hunter Mountain Sour by the Chem Fuego. So the BX 3.5. But his selection from it. If he just had that recently, when we come down, I think he'll have some of that. Like
nice.
I'm
That night
hoping he
turned into
doesn't.
like a blur pretty quick for me.
Yeah.
I must have tried over 40 different cultivars and ate shit ton of edibles
No, there
and
was
mushrooms.
160, I heard. I heard there was
I believe there
160.
was. I just couldn't get through that many of them.
Okay.
There was
Okay.
so many of them.
I would have
Yeah.
been like, I'm not even smoking joints. Just give me a snapper in the bong for every
All right.
variety.
Yeah. I mean, everybody, you roll one, passing one, you pass one, another one's coming. It was a good
I
time.
know, but I take that as a challenge. 160. Let's go.
You want to try everyone? Yeah, right? Oh, yeah, that would be cool. We should get that on like a time lapse video of that.
Yeah.
That'd be good. What do you got, Peter?
Just quickly, the runts crossed to the sour
So BX
1.5, and then that crossed to the 3.5.
Yeah. I crossed it to the 2.5 and the 3.5 of the runs 1.5. So that's a great plan. I also hit that with the triangle sour animal that I just made too.
What sour was used in the OG sour? Do you know?
That's not from me though. That's from
Right, yeah.
That was from.
I didn't know if you knew though.
No, it's like that dude Gabe Ruth Gandaya's farm did that, right? And it was God, if I can remember. But I had those plants from Alex when he had done them.
Yeah.
I want to say it's like crickets and cicadas cut of it.
I just got some new beans the other night when we were doing some seed swaps. I got this Masonic cheese on. Let me go see what it is. Oh,
Cool. It is almost time for me to go. I'm
Okay.
looking at it. I've got to leave at 3 at the absolute latest, and it's 2:58. But
Oh.
I'll I'm just gonna say that I have to go now, but it's coming.
I'm glad I get to see you Wednesday though. That's gonna
Yeah,
be
no,
fun.
I'll definitely be there Wednesday.
Hell yeah.
Chem 91. No, that's not.
I'm
I
still
got
here
that.
for a second. I'm
Pure
gonna take a
color.
last minute dab before I have to get in line to get the kid.
Yeah, there you go. It's
All right, Chem 91
Cheese
sour animal.
Yeah,
queso. Cheese to Wilson.
sour animal is so good.
Sour Animal's fire as shit. That is great. That was one of the first when I got out of the joint. That was one that really stood out to me.
Nice.
For sure. What
And
hash
then
you
the
smoking
Chem
on?
Cis sour animal.
Yeah.
We had a lot of Kim Sista, the 30-year dog.
Oh, nice.
We didn't really find anything that stood out. There's about 4 or 5 of them, I think. Yeah, I was excited about that one, but nothing
Sister's
really
my least
stuck
favorite
out.
of the chem cuts. I'll be real.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah. But you're just hoping that, a little bit of his grandparents might have popped out in there. And
Everybody's favorite is either like 91 or D, and mine is 91. But everybody's like, nobody's like, oh, like sister, that's my favorite. I mean, watch there be somebody whose it is, and they say something about
The
it. But
chat, who's highly offended.
most people agree. The general consensus is that either 91's the best or the D's the best, and for me, it's 91.
Yeah. I can agree with you on that for sure. I feel like there's a hole in my joint somewhere. Trying to find it. I think I did.
Okay, and the very last one was the GMO 30-year dog crossed the sour animal.
No, those are great, man. I have
That sounds dope.
I have my keeper out of that. So it's funny because when I was running those, I was also like just running so many other things that I wasn't able to keep them, and then I ended up getting my favorite 2 on the re-veg. So
Well,
They
see,
went.
see
So
what you want ran in Arizona, in the Arizona terroir.
yeah. Oh man, it's gonna be a totally different environment. And you're gonna have some valuable data sets.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
Eventually,
yeah.
I want to do some depths in a hoop house, but I want to see what the kind of, because you get big swings, from night to day. And whenever I see that happening, especially with like outdoor and depths and stuff like that, like it really brings out the expressions of a lot of things. It forces out a lot of these
Yeah, it does.
expressions. So
Which
yeah.
that's really cool. The environmental pressures, and I think that the I think that those are really valuable, honestly, because what we need to do is to find the thing that works the best in our environment. It's not just the
100%.
thing that works, the thing that is the best. It's the best in our environment, because
100%.
yeah, something that kicks ass in one environment, you bring it, and you encounter all sorts of different pressures on it that would have normally weeded that plant out, and then you're like, oh shit. And I think
Yeah.
that's what happens to a lot of people.
Well, a lot of
Uh,
people will hear something that is hype or the name is going around a lot, and they're not looking in where its parents were, especially if they're going outside. If you're doing outside, I think you should really look into regional
yeah,
things.
a similar latitude is going to give
Yeah.
us a similar growing season.
Mhm.
Um, I bet I left my jacket in the car. I'm like, now I'm all over the house. Like, where the heck is this? But yeah, that's definitely what happened.
Oh yeah.
Who cares? It's 60 degrees. I don't need.
Yeah,
Um,
it's hot, dude. Go tanning.
I know.
60.
I've been waiting for this weather. Well,
You and me
shit. I
both.
will. I'll see you on Wednesday, Peter.
Yeah.
I can jump back on in a little bit if that's still a thing. Or
Yeah, we're still going, and yeah, jump
Anybody out
back
in the
on.
chat, you're up in the Northeast area, wants to come sesh out on Wednesday just to get at us. Have a good time.
In Western Connecticut.
Are we Western? I don't know where we're at in Connecticut. I just know
Yeah.
Connecticut. I want to go. You know where I want to go? I want to go to New Haven. I want some pizza.
Okay, to get pizza. It's like, for what reason?
Pizza.
Pizza
That's it.
pizza is a valid reason.
They got some dank ass pizza. I had Moderna and what's the other popular one? Maybe it starts with a P. I don't know.
Peppies?
Travis, you know the answer to
sounds-
that question.
That sounds about right. It's ringing bell. Peppy. Shit, dang! It was cold and still fire. I gotta reheat it, and it's so dank. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that was. Data entry. It's much more fun when there are
Yeah.
other people hanging out with you while you do it.
Have you grown anything? Any of the Wilson lines rotten?
Is he talking?
I have. I
Oh,
was
there he is.
You have?
actually smoking some this morning.
Fuck yeah. I like a lot of the Wilson crosses. I love Wilson as a whole, but then I've had a lot of
There are
crosses.
different StreamYard.
I only got a couple syllables out of
Yeah, maybe refresh and come back in. We
Chop
can
suey.
even give him a visual on that if he can't.
What up, Toad? I got a DDA hat on right now.
I still have there he is.
Once I land in Arizona and get settled, I'm gonna get that T-shirt drop together with Bear Lion.
Nice.
That'll be fun. I've been getting back into the tablet drawing and such again. It's been fun. I'm feeling
So
good.
you excited for another road trip? Actually, this one
This one's not
it
gonna
would
be
be
bad. Do 3
going.
days.
You're gonna go southern, right? So
I
different
think
route.
so, yeah, because my grandfather, he's 91 and he's starting to, you know what I mean? Start heading on his way. And so I gotta see him. It's funny, so he's Mormon, right? And when I was
Wait,
in
how old's your
prison,
dad?
my dad, oh shit, dude, fuck. 65 maybe?
Okay, because
Somewhere
my
right around there.
dad was well, my dad was 94.
That's yeah. I mean, and you wouldn't think that my grandfather, he eats like meat and potatoes, no vegetables, like, you know, fucking, yeah. So that's good. I'm glad that we got some genes that'll live that long.
Yeah,
I've had quiet the ride in life, so I don't know if I'll go there. But we'll give it a whirl.
although it's interesting, like while I may live long, my future is also no memory.
Well, I feel like if I can't wipe my own ass, it's time for me to go. That's just how I feel myself. I'm gonna put that in my. Has anybody grown this Shangri-La from? It's not focusing, but it's the
I don't think I have
Fudo to 9-pound hammer. I've
Did
heard.
you get that recently? Is that
I got it. No, we were just swapping seeds and stuff, and I got this one from Tyson. Same with the queso. It's a Wilson or cheese to Wilson. I put this up because Chad's been looking for the cheese. I think. I'm pretty sure. I
I
put a
think
little bit
Luna's
of
supposed to send some stuff in.
what's that?
I think. Hold on.
Oh, your wife must be home. You're able to smoke? Yeah.
She's at the office today.
Nice. Get a puff.
I said
comfortably.
Luna is supposed to send some stuff in.
Do you have loving in her eyes stuff?
No.
We need to.
Uh,
And did you ever get who were we talking to that time? Fresh Coast?
no. It's like herding cats.
Yeah. The
Some would be
initial
like,
part,
let's
getting
do
people,
it. I'm fired up.
Yes,
And then like,
getting them
did
to
you send
agree
it?
is the
Ah,
easy
shit,
part.
dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, man.
I forgot.
100%. Getting them to agree and stoked to come on, that's the easy part. But somewhere between that and the link, it gets difficult.
I also love it's doing data entry when someone sends in 2 packs of something. There was one he only sent in 1 pack. I'm like, dude, really? I have to do data entry
For 1 pack? Wouldn't you
Right.
just do that as like, oh, well, I guess it's there.
No, I do. But it's like knowing that you're like minutes of your life you can never get back for like a single pack versus like
You
if
should
it's like
get somebody who's good at programming to do AI, because everybody's programming AI for shit. So just get it to where you can take a picture of it and it'll automatically give a description. It'll give type out the description of the name and then the
yeah, I'm
what
gonna
the
head to the
parents
post
are.
office shortly. I'm excited. Tony sent
Oh,
some
yeah.
big boxes.
Ooh, I'm glad he started doing that 3D printing.
Yeah, Luna, yeah.
Yeah, Luna, yeah, she does. I love her work too, man. She's so knowledgeable and like she can turn those depths into fucking paradise. You know, it'll be like snow halfway up the fucking greenhouse, and you go inside, it's like 85 degrees, everything's chilling.
Let's see if she's around. I think she was sick last week.
I got a lot of. Oh yeah, I got pocket mulch from Sticky Richie. That is Hippie Slayer to Lemon Lollipops. Lemon Lollipops is Oregon Lemons to Blue Magoo. BX2. Yeah, that rhymes. Blue Magoo.
Nice.
BX2.
Hold on.
Good old
Hold it the
Sticky
other
Richie.
way. Flip it. No. So I can read the so I can. There we go. Yeah.
Yep. It's from the good old Sticky Richie. But I got a lot of Greenway Solution stuff that I'm excited to get into.
Still, I'm gonna protest that name for as long
I hate
as.
it too. I love the guy, Andrew Lovey Buddy, but it sounds like you're a logistical analytical company for something that's that's what I'm excited about the most.
Yeah, Monkey Dog is such a better name.
Why did he change it? I think somebody else had it, right?
Yeah, I think it was like someone else controls the Instagram for it, and I was like, dude, that's not, just create a different Instagram.
Right. Coca-Cola.
Marshall is a cat wrangler.
Hey, the Wildcat came up to me this morning, Marshall.
Did we lose Lobster? I think we lost Lobster. What was I just doing?
Sending me $9 million.
About to hit the send button.
Yeah, that's what was going on. Tarantula genetics. I've never heard of them. Strawberry Kush breath to liver kick. Oh, this is what I want to do. Ricky Retardo to Helen's Melons.
With that one, I told him, I was like, dude, I can sell these with the given name, but I feel bad giving them out with the given name.
You can give it to people that might be a little, I don't know what the LGS 1989 is, but
it's hold on. I could give you the answer to that. Or where is he?
Appreciate
he should be
it,
lurking. He's
There's
snoozing on channel 4.
What's his name? Weed Monster grows. He made some autos. And I believe that's what Purple Gorilla, Purple Pope or Dope? Is that a P or a D?
Good
Purple
question.
Pope or Dope?
I like Purple Pope.
I kind of like Purple Dope too, but Purple Pope is better. And then
Some cautionary tale. Do you see that?
yeah, I saw that. Thank you, Weezen. This is Candy Cane or Candy Cake. Smurf Ninja. I haven't heard of either of those. If anybody knows about those, it's Husky Genetics. If anybody knows who Husky Genetics is, I like how he put them in here.
Suja Organic Cold Pressed Juice. What's in it for you?
This
High
is-
quality,
hold on.
organic.
I was about to say, oh damn, we're getting ads now.
No. All right, is this? There we go. So when you were driving cross country with no registration This is the visual in my head of you with cops like highway patrol on every highway in every state you went down.
Dude, my butthole would
one is
pucker
just
so
like,
hard. Yeah.
So
That shit.
you are represented by the Ducks, and the shooter is the highway patrol.
Every
in-
single one.
What was
I
it?
saw.
Nevada?
I got Nevada, Wyoming, and Michigan.
Didn't you
I
do
got
Colorado? Oh no, you didn't do Colorado.
No, I went through Colorado. I just didn't get a ticket
Oh,
in
right.
Colorado. I got a ticket and I stopped. I went a quarter of the way into Wyoming, got that ticket, and he gave me such a hard time about empty vape pens I had. He's like, "You're so lucky you don't have anything. I'd haul your ass to jail right now." I was like, "Fuck, man." You know, so like I was like, I'm not going through the state anymore. And I turned around and backtracked fucking hour and a half or 2 hours and
I remember
went a
that.
different route. Yeah. Yeah. I'm getting my registration on the 18th. It's so expensive here, dude. What the fuck is wrong with Connecticut?
Speaking of which, I have to renew my. Fuck, that reminds me. I put it out so I wouldn't forget.
So I want, since they seized my seeds illegally in Nevada, like I should be able to get those back. You know what I mean? You guys can keep the weed, the hash, and the mushrooms, but can I get my seeds back?
I encourage you to use them all.
Yeah, right. But I don't know. There's some beans in there too that they thought was hash, so I got lucky on that. Hopefully they don't.
So California for the next year is $271.
Dude, 3 years is $800 here. It's
You
6
do it in 3-year
6
increments?
Yeah, they make you do 3 year
Ours is every
increments,
year.
and you got to pay 6.6 or 7% sales tax. That's where they get you. It's cheap to like. It's like I don't know, 100, probably 100, less than $100 to do the registration, but the sales tax is where they bend you over. They don't even think about spitting on it. No, sir.
So sorry, you're what, a couple weeks away from driving?
Yeah, the 18th.
Oh, so all right, that's this. And what are we? Oh, it's only in 8 days.
Mm-hmm. Right around the corner.
Yeah.
It'll be nice to be able to not worry about fucking highway patrol. I'm not gonna be a sitting duck this time. I'll be one flying with the flop.
You'll be dropping big shits on their windshield.
Yeah. I'm excited to get some tagging done too. I haven't tagged since I've been up here because like the town's so old and like nice. I don't want to fuck up history. Not that tagging fucks anything up, but
All right, so this I have to. All right, can even cue that up. dmv.ca.gov.
oh, it's a beautiful day. How'd I get stuck in here? I went out this morning.
No
it was
offense,
so nice
Hagen.
yeah. It was so nice this morning, and got a good meditation in. Haven't been meditating as much lately, so it was nice to get down and kind of get back at it. That was nice. And
What,
all right, so you got the tobacco. How much tobacco do you have? Do you have enough to where you can send me some? I want to make some rapé. That's the snuff.
Well, do you want the super high nicotine? Do you
Yeah.
want a powerful rapé?
Yeah, no, yeah, I do because like using it for yeah.
Yeah,
You mix it in with stuff.
I
you
would
know
like
what I
to
mean?
see you do it first, and then depending
It's
on
a
how
really
you,
nice tool,
make it through
man.
that experience.
Yeah, maybe send a little bit of 2 different kinds.
Because
Because it's not gonna take much, right? Like I don't need to.
I think I do have some leaves of that.
you mix it in with a bunch of other stuff, kind of depending on what your intention is when you administer it, what kind of meditation you're gonna be doing, what kind of
That's funny. This is all flour. I thought that was.
So they traditionally they put it in ash as well. Like they mix it with ash, and so I wanted to do a bunch of cannabis ash. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how about the DMT?
So it's not active if you gotta if you eat it, you gotta have or snort it, you gotta have what is it, MOAI inhibitor or whatever it is. Like with
How do you
ayahuasca.
normally take it? You just smoke it,
Smoke it, yeah. Yeah.
and then
That's just oh,
just go in another dimension for.
I'll see you later. But it's not a long time, you know what I mean? But like when I did it with Tanazi, I used a like a vapor straw, a nectar collector.
Oh right,
Usually
yeah,
I
it's like,
use
yeah.
I most times I've done it, I did it with like the meth pipe looking thing, you know? And I never liked using that because it just has such negative connotations and like I'm supposed to be doing something like super spiritual and all this shit, you know? And like you're supposed to take somebody on a journey and you bust out a meth pipe, you know, like I don't know. So the vapor straw was a lot better of an idea as well, and you can have a better um you can control the temperature a little bit better. So
You should like when Fazoli was doing the nose dabs, you should do it as a nose dab. With that pack a punch in the nostrils.
yeah, it's a very acrid smoke. So most people will cough out the first one without getting the good hit. So like you're supposed to hit it like 2 or 3 times. Most people will say 3, but I got everything in on we measured out weighed out a predetermined amount inside of like a dab jar basically. And then I took it all in one and yeah, I left for sure. That was wild. And it's nice having somebody that you can trust there, like Tanazi. He was he's a great guide and stuff like that. Yeah, I was laying down, but so the last 2 times I've done it, I've had the dogs with me and stuff, and then Tanazi has like 6 dogs. So there's a shit ton of dogs, and like they just sense it. Everything senses it when you do it. Like you're not communicating with.
Does it make the dog chill? Does it make the dog nervous? What's
It
the
put
effect on all the
it.
dogs?
They're trying to figure out what's going on. They feel such a strong energy coming from there. They come over, you know, they're sniffing my face and stuff like that, and they're just trying to see, is everything okay? There's a huge shift in energy right now. Like even the neighbors' dogs.
they're
The
worried
neighbors'
about
dogs
you.
were like, I don't know about worried or more of like figuring out what's going on.
Right.
Like why is there such a big shift in energy right now? And then they end up they end up cool after that, you know what I mean? Like they go away, but that initial, that's right when you start blasting off.
They
Like
come over
I wasn't
not knowing what to expect, and the end is them being like, whatever this is, it's okay.
it's okay. Yeah. And that's like good when you have a guide. The guide can help, you know what I mean, calm them and stuff like that. And then but I don't remember the dogs like being in my face and stuff like that because I'm gone by that point. You know what I mean? Like I don't have any concept, and that's why you need somebody with you because like you have no concept of this earth anymore. You know, like it's a complete loss of yeah, so just like if anything happens, you have a hot glass object, you don't want to drop it on yourself going through this, you know what I mean? So it's just nice to have somebody to help you administer it and be there in case you fall back or something like that, you know.
Yeah.
And the good stuff about the NMDNT is you can't overdose from it. So the toad, I've heard in very rare cases, but people have, and depending on what they have in their bodies, had like bad negative reactions where they people have like thrown up and stuff like that. So, but you don't have to worry about that with the NN-DMT, and yeah, it's pretty easy to make. I haven't made it myself yet, but it's on the to-do list.
How do you make it? What's the process?
You just get a solvent, you get it to like naphtha. People use a lot, I heard. And you get your tree bark, you mix it together, and get it nice and incorporated and infused, and then you strain out your bark, and you put it in, evaporate all the water off of it, put it in the freezer, and they crystallize it on the bottom of the dish. And just scrape it off with a razor, and it's definitely life changing. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. And it was cool because Ashley had some from Canada, and it was like a much different experience. Like it was more like ancestor familiarity, you know what I mean? As opposed to the other stuff that like takes you to like the ninth dimension of whatever it is we go. But what's cool is they're studying it so much all over the world that they're doing long duration infusions. So they're putting people on a drip, and for like an hour, they have people cruising the Deemsterverse, and people in different countries are having a lot of the same breakthroughs, and seeing a lot of the same entities, and going through the same like halls, and it's wild. So there's something to that for sure. So it'd be cool. And what's really wild is if you look up the molecular, like it at a molecular level, it's so close to serotonin, which is so close to psilocybin. You know, for those three to be so, I mean, so closely linked. I'm on my phone. I would pull it up, but it's eerily close. Whoops.
Yeah, I want to cycle through the different mushrooms from Green Table.
Oh yeah. When was the last time you talked to Kevin?
Not for I mean maybe like a month and a half ago, maybe.
Yeah, it's been a while. Let's check up on him.
We could send him and see if he's around.
Oh, I have my neighbor. She sewed my pants back together. I put a big rip in them.
Nice.
My favorite pants. And then I burnt a hole in my Carhartt. Pissed about that. These are the best.
Like a
jackets in the world.
jacket?
Yeah. Right here. Oh, let me knock that over. It's still everywhere. Right in the sleeve. But I can put a cool patch over it now. We need an FCP patch.
Yeah. I'd love a patch would be good of the thing you did, right?
Oh, the trichome thingy?
Actually, that would be cool too. Now I was thinking the FCP in the middle.
Oh, yeah. That'd be kind of
But
cool.
the trichome thingy would be cool too.
Oh. All right.
All right,
I'm
let's
gonna
see
roll
what
up
he's
this
doing.
this not so and oh my bad.
Not so sour.
Yep. Not so sour.
All right, this is going to Canada, but I gotta make it stop.
Magpies in my baby mama's town.
Like he lives in the town, or he's
Yeah.
just there right now.
Yeah, he lives there.
Sweet.
Makes me feel a little bit better. Shit hits the fan, you know.
Right.
And he can hook her up with some good weed.
Have
so.
they met or no?
No, they're gonna hook up and get some weed here shortly. He's gonna get some magpies.
All right,
Yep.
get out of there.
Oh, let me get chat on here.
All right, let's see. Yes. All right. See, now it doesn't make any noise.
Why it is? That is a hard word to spell. Neighbors.
My neighbor's friend with a creep criminal.
You think why is neighbors hard to spell? So there's no logic in it. Loads of extra letters.
So your pig's neighbor is fucking with pig. Am I understanding?
Yeah, I think so. Neighbors, social.
Yeah, no, it is
neighbor.
good to have good neighbor. Yeah, that's true. So how many animals are left in the flock? How many are making the trip with you?
2. I gotta get Sundance fixed. He's getting of that age.
2 dogs?
Yeah, 2 dogs.
You need to get a cat again.
I am. As soon as I like settle down enough, I'm getting. Especially once Finn gets here, he just loves cats. This big goofball. He's getting big.
I love the power naps. These two.
Oh yeah.
Let me see the other one again. Yeah, everybody's embracing the nap.
Yeah, because as soon as he goes outside, he's going. Sundance. Harley, she just likes laying in the sun. She's a sun hippo. So, what projects do you have going on, Peter? You still working on the auto projects?
Right now, no.
What generation did you get to?
Well, a lot of stuff I was mostly just like the next step would be to go to generation. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I did some like a lion. So I've been using the lion claw as my male.
Yeah.
And hitting different things. So I have like, where is it? Hold on.
So if you cross an auto to an auto, are you gonna get an auto? Or
Yes.
will you get every time, or will you get a mixed batch?
If it's a stable line,
You'll get it every time, right?
That's
And then if you go auto to photo, it takes what, like 3 or 4 generations to start getting consistent.
Well, I'd be psyched to. Yeah, it would be an interesting. I mean, like what it was cool what Ryan was saying about like doing auto breeding, because like you can't keep clones, right? So it's like doing breeding work with one hand tied behind your back, right? Like there's one tool that makes shit really easy that you can't use.
But that's kind of exciting too, right? Like,
yeah. So then, but then the other thing is you're also trying to bring. It's like you're trying to pull the flavor profile, let's say, of like some classic strain,
right.
over into like auto form factor. So that would
Have
be
you heard of?
just from like a mental challenge. Like that would be an interesting like to do that part, right? Like get something into auto format or form factor.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, I mean, I don't think everything's gonna do it, right? Like,
But so like I have a strawberry, so strawberry banana lion claw, a Kush lion claw, and then I've gone back to like this, like back to a strawberry banana. But then I have a bunch of new ones that I did. I'm not doing it now because I have all like these ABC going, and I don't want like the autos pollens to fuck with other stuff.
well, send me
Make
some.
me very
I'll grow.
sad.
I'll grow some. I'll do a tent. I'm gonna do like a tent where you just have the 2x4 bed. You know,
Yeah,
I'm gonna do that,
I'm
and then I'm
familiar
gonna
with it.
do a 5x5 flower. I'll do. I don't know if I'm gonna do a 4x4 bed in there or do like some 30 gallons. You know, that kind of thing. And then I'll just figure
Sorry, so
something
the
out.
5x5 is going to be for flower, and then would you say the 2x4 is going to be
That'll be for flower too, but I want to do autos.
Ah,
I want to do an auto tent. Because you can turn and burn. And if it's dank, it's dank. I've grown some really nice autos. And then Mr. Auto Grow, I think it's Mr. Auto Grow 1 on IG. He's doing a lot of auto work, and he's washing them and getting like really good results. And been interesting watching him for a
what would
while.
be for you indoor in a tent where you can totally control the light to want to do autos in there versus just photo?
How fast it is, and just I don't know, playing around with it. Like I have 5x5 for flower. Like that's more than enough area for me to kind of play with.
Yeah, no, because here in LA it's fun because like any time of year I can just pop the auto seeds, but then it's also making sure that the males don't flower when there he is, done with his dry. I know are you in the car?
Yeah, I'm still
Yo.
I don't know how to. I thought I could
Okay.
turn.
I think it's on like aspect lock, but that's okay. We can see you.
Yeah, I just don't have a good spot to put my phone if it's like right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys just saw each other
Yeah.
like earlier today?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cheers.
What up?
He's gonna be back on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Do you guys like long papers, or do you like the short ones? What's
Like
paper
king?
preference? Yeah, these are the kings. I think they're called, right? King size. Yeah.
King slim or
I don't like how thin or like. Yeah, I wish they were wider. Like I like the 1.5s, but not king size.
When I smoked a lot, I always preferred a longer joint that wasn't too fat, you know, so that it doesn't burn as hot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I can dig you on that. Long rice are solid.
Oh, nice.
Oh, rice. Yes, I'm sorry. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't put two and two together for a second.
Yeah, the OCB.
OCBs are great. I love the virgin
Oh,
cut.
hold on.
I'll hold.
Dave,
forever.
hold on.
How much longer you got, Brian?
Not too much further. I don't know, maybe like 30, 40 minutes or so, maybe a little longer. I don't know. I'm not. Yeah, probably like 30 or something, somewhere in there. Getting close.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice day.
yeah, yeah. It is. I'm like hot in my car with no heat on. I gotta like put the windows down or put the vents on.
I got the window open here for the first time in a long time. Man, I came back to the camper last night and Harley had pushed the fire escape window all the way open, and just the end of it caught on the latch in the window to keep it from opening all the way. Should have jumped out for sure. But the only reason it caught was because Sundance chewed it up and it caught on the latch because it doesn't go like easily through, you know? So yeah, that was funny.
We had a whole rolling paper conversation after we killed the live stream the other day with Dave.
Yeah.
I wanted him to retell or re-talk about it.
Yeah, I don't know much about papers, honestly. I heard people saying rice. I really enjoy the rice papers. I like an unbleached paper. I just got these because I don't like getting raws. I don't like the guy. So, sorry. But, yeah, I'm just not a big raw
I
fan.
just
So.
like rice papers, but I don't really roll many joints.
Here, Marshall, can you pull your phone closer to you?
Oh,
Because the audio... Yeah, I think it's because the mic on the phone's like slightly far away from your face.
Well, I just kinda... Is that any better?
It still sounds faint. Is it your phone mic that's picking you up or something else?
My phone mic. That's probably what it is, just because I'm on a speaker. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay.
It's not too bad.
I could call back in when I get home, when I have headphones and stuff. But, yeah.
This
But
works. I mean, I can hear
It
you.
works.
Wow.
I can.
We'll
We can hear you. It
Yeah.
just sounds
Well, I ain't got much to, a whole lot to say. At least on mine at the moment. If people in chat can't hear me mumbling, you know.
I want to hear what mushrooms you're
Sorry.
growing.
We're trying to get him to get into tissue culture.
Yeah, I'm gonna get on it. I just gotta get some of the ingredients. I've been low budget, so I haven't been wanting to buy anything, you know.
Yeah, I hear that.
But yeah, I'm starting a bunch of new cultures. A couple of them I ran before that are kind of like old favorites. So I'm running Thrasher again, and that's one I really like. Just like for farming, you know, a really forgiving mushroom. It's it's really dense. It holds its form well. It doesn't drop spores. You get a little bit of window period of when you can pick it, you know, because a lot of mushrooms, you got to pick them right when it's time to pick them, or they make a big mess. But there's a bunch of other ones that I haven't tried before. One called Avalanche, another called Ghost, and then one called Lucid Gates. Those are all new to me. let's see. I have a Colombian that's new to me, and then I'm growing the Penis Envy Uncut, which is an old favorite. Uh, I can't. I'm just trying to talk with my face near the microphone, so I don't. And I'm driving, so I don't know what my microphone is looking at. It might be like on my neck or my ear or something, but.
No.
And then, well, another new one I'm doing is Makilla Gorilla, which is supposed to be a good all-around party, good producer, you know, good potency. And then I'm like reviving a bunch of old ones that are on agar, hoping that my collection hasn't perished. And the same with a bunch of medicinal ones. Like last season, I collected, I did some wild foraging. So I collected a couple lion's mane, and then some bear's tooth head, and chicken of the wood, a couple other ones.
I love chicken of the wood.
So
I've always wanted to find lion's mane in the wild, but I never have.
yeah,
Not yet.
yeah.
I don't know
my
what kind of fungi is going to be in Arizona.
all different stuff than what's here. I bet you're not going to see
I got
lion's
cacti.
mane probably.
I'll get
But,
some cacti though.
yeah.
Pedros and
You will see a lot of those.
I think last season or the season before was the first lion's mane I found. And then this season, like just hiking, foraging, whatever you want to call it, a bunch of stuff. I found this really great spot near my house, which is it's like a mushroom haven. So a bunch of mushrooms introduced themselves to me. I found
last year
elm-
was amazing in the Northeast.
Yeah, but yeah, but it's just like you collect the cultures, but then you got to keep them alive, you know.
Yeah.
And it's easy for, you know, it's like they'll be good for a long time, and then all of a sudden you look at agar plate and you're like, oh no, you look like you senesced. Oh no. And
So
then
are you going to
gotta-
introduce it to grain or another plate or something like that, right?
I'm gonna do it all. So it's just like it turns into a big pain in the butt, you know. It's like probably some of them you're better off just rebuying, but I just am stubborn. So it's like I'm gonna take one that I hope will still grow but might not, and then I'll put it on a couple agars, and then I'll put some grain in the actual original agar dish, or you know, and then I'll cut part of it out and put it in a grain jar and just hope that it grows.
Yeah.
But I gotta just dedicate a refrigerator to mycology, so then I can just hold stuff on slants, so that it has longer shelf life. But
Hell yeah.
yeah,
Hell yeah. I like the little dishes you do.
yeah, they're convenient. They're small, so you can make a lot of agar with one batch of agar. You know.
Right? Yeah. And you don't have, yeah, I think that's really cool. I like it a lot. Did I see Green Table doing that too? Can't remember.
Oh, maybe my buddy turned me on to that like last year, and I saw him doing it. I was like, oh yeah, I'm on that. Little
That's
mini
decent.
agar, you know.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I got some coffee this morning. It was nice.
Yeah,
Did you like that coffee from that place?
I planted some coffee seeds yesterday,
my phone.
or coffee beans.
Hell yeah. Do you have a greenhouse, Peter?
I just have LA sunshine.
Yeah, but you could do like a. Well, I guess you
My
could do.
audio
Yeah.
is breaking up a little.
I
so
would love a
don't
green.
quite
No,
hear ya.
I would love a little greenhouse. That's not going to happen with my wife, though. She would die if I had like a greenhouse taking over the whole backyard.
Yeah.
No, that's I want Michael. I wanted to work on that with him for this year in Connecticut.
Yeah. We gotta talk him into doing geothermal.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like a climate like
Yeah.
yeah, I want to do a couple. I talked to Josh from Yellowhammer about kind of like stacking different strategies, like the sand battery, climate
What other
battery,
side of
like
it?
yeah, and then there's like you could be composting in there, so that's throwing off heat in the winter. So like if you do it like where you dig down, right, like what is it, a wallapini,
Yeah.
so trying to do a couple different, I think the first one would definitely be the climate battery, where you're pumping the air into big tubes that go like 5 feet 6 feet under the ground, and then come back up, and it's either cooled down or heated up. Yeah, that would be very satisfying.
I definitely want to dig down at least a little too, as far as like, even if you're not going full wallapini, to like, dig down at least like, 2 feet or something, just to get a little more insulation,
Right.
and maybe like the north side, pile that up a little bit.
But now I'm totally spacing on the greenhouse. There's a greenhouse company that's either out of New Hampshire or Vermont, and I'm totally blanking on their names. But that's who I want to talk to about doing something there.
Yeah.
So hopefully the name will pop back in my head.
You should have Michael talk to Tyson, because Tyson got a grant for that big greenhouse he has. So maybe we can get Michael involved in the grant.
That would be awesome.
Right?
Yeah,
How's it?
I think he's working on converting it. I don't think it's zoned. If I remember correctly, it's like not currently zoned agricultural, which is where you get stuff like that. But that's what he's working on.
You think it would be, though, with it being originally it was a farm, right?
Well, no, maybe it's that he's
point.
not. Maybe it's zoned, but he's not. It's not listed as an agricultural product. It's listed as like a residential, maybe. I don't know, but I think he has to switch it to be able. Because I was talking to him about the, like grants essentially, like first time farmer, right?
Yeah,
There'd
be all sorts of stuff, I reckon. And then, yeah, depending on what you're doing, if you're doing like for what did you guys call it? A retreat? What kind of retreat? That you would set up over there? Cultural retreat. Yeah. So a cultural retreat. You could do a grant for that, as in some way, somehow.
No, I mean my whole thing was I always wanted that to be a place where we could do like workshops on like day long or weekend long workshops on whatever like have Eric Brand as number one. Eric Brandstack comes in and talks about greenhouse best practices, right?
We want to do a workshop with Tanazi.
Yeah.
So you learn.
We do any type of workshop you can imagine. Wanting a workshop on that topic, we could do. But having that greenhouse space first is for me the critical part, because then if it's shitty weather outside, everybody can be in that spot. Whereas like the sessions were like a Russian roulette of what's the weather going to be like, and by the way, let's build a huge fire to stay warm,
Yeah.
which was
Yeah.
awesome.
So
But it would have been awesome too to have like a little area where you can like totally warm up and
not have to burn your hands trying to stay warm. They're so close to the fire. You're fucking. Yeah. I'm gonna be the complete opposite of that, Peter. I'm gonna be fucking 110 degrees.
Right. You're going to be digging to find a cool spot.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing a Sundance.
have you connected with anyone in Arizona yet?
As in, oh,
Just to be
like people.
I'm moving
So
to Arizona.
yeah.
I'm psyched to meet up once I'm there. And
New Mexico and Las Vegas. Ty Sticks is out of
yeah,
Vegas.
Nevada, right?
Yeah. So I'm gonna go. Hey, I want to kick it with him for sure when I'm out that way.
Oh, you should meet
And
up.
somebody in New Mexico.
Johnny Caniseed is in Vegas too. You should meet up with him. He's a cool
Okay.
dude.
Yeah, he always seems like good people.
Yeah, he's down
And
to
then-
hang. He would be willing to meet up.
Foco Fungi. He's good people. I think he's out of New Mexico. So I'd like to see him. I'll have to send you his info, Marshall. Brian. He's good. He's good peoples. He's
Yeah,
in the
I was-
mycology game.
I was bumped. So Mike goes, Will Padilla Brown is moving. Oh, I'm bummed he's moving out of LA because he moved here like a year ago.
So expensive.
Yeah.
LA's wild. I'm excited. I'm only 7 hours away from LA.
Can road trip up for
Yeah.
the smoke sessions.
Oh, absolutely, man. I really want to. How far away is
We could get the FCP party bus that would bring people from Arizona and pick people up on the way to the sessions.
and it has like a dab and bong
Get
bar in
a
there.
sponsor for it.
That'd be so cool.
I mean, that seems like an achievable. Like, what would be the cost? Even if you drove it, right? Like, so
Yeah,
what would be like the
100%.
rental cost of a little like bus, like a 12-person bus?
I'll get on the bus.
I'll get on the bus. Hell yeah.
And actually, you
Whoa.
could go through San Diego and come up, because a lot of those guys come up,
Diablo.
and but it's like 2 hours away.
Have you heard of the? Is it the Lotus? The Lotus and entheogen. I can never say that word. Entheogen. Entheogen.
Entheogens.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's from a type of lotus.
Well, it's a Lotus entheogen church. That's what they call it. I believe.
right.
Where's that out of? I can't remember. Oakland, right?
I
How
believe
far
so.
is Oakland from LA?
Like 8 hours.
Because they do every Friday. They do a dab and doodle where they like a bunch of hash heads
Oakland,
and glass
California.
artists. Yeah. You said it's 8 hours away from you?
Yeah,
Oh shit. Up north or south?
yeah. I mean, I've done that drive a lot. Like, it's not something.
Well, I mean, for me,
if you're
it'll be-
doing it with someone else, it's fun. If you're doing it by yourself, you're just like, when are you gonna end?
Just a half strip of LSD and you're good.
There you go.
For so many times, like after I dropped out, I'd always have to drive. It was like clockwork. Oh, I got to end up driving somewhere. It was always fucking wild. So on my birthday, my first year out of prison, I ate like 7 grams of some mushrooms, and I'm up like 2.5 hours away from where I was staying and stuff like that, and like bumfuck.
Sorry, you were driving on
Bumfuck.
7 grams.
I had to drive, yeah. After I was tripping for a good like 2.5 hours, and then I had to end up driving because the chick I was with ended up freaking the fuck out. You know what I mean? And we're in some random ass small podunk ass town. You know what I mean? She's like, yeah. And so I had to
That's
drive all the way back
impressive.
down to Chicago. Dude, it wasn't the hardest part is once you got to the city and it was dark because all the bright lights and like everything would, my depth perception was really bad. So everything would kind of look like it's the same plane, you know, but there's not. There's cars in front of you and behind you. And like,
I remember
is
the
a
first time I ever drove on mushrooms was in college. And it was the simplest drive. I just had to go up a hill, down a hill, take a left, a quick right and a left into my apartment complex's parking lot. And that drive was the scariest drive. No one was on the road, but I was like going probably like a couple miles an hour and being like, am I on the road? Am I on the sidewalk? Like, I don't want to be here.
yeah.
And like when I finally pulled into the parking spot in where we live, just like and turned the engine off, just like the total, like, from my high stress, just the relief that I had like made it, and like I don't have to do anything like that for the rest of the night.
Yeah.
So I'm imagining what that would be like on 7 grams.
It's wild. But then like there's some people that have such a high affinity that like they eat 7 grams and go see their in-laws. That blows my mind. To me, like there's no way I'd be able to like I'd be face, you know, but like
have conversation. I remember I went with Gemma's mom to a business meeting in San Francisco, and before we went to my friend Steve's place, also in San Francisco. And Steve and I went to school together, and in school Steve liked to do lots of drugs, and Steve still likes to do lots of drugs. And we both ate this was back in like the California kind of like Russian roulette edible days, where it's like, is it 1,000 milligrams or 10 milligrams in this little piece of chocolate? And so we both ate an edible, and like then my girlfriend was like, we have to go. Or no, sorry, the parking garage was closing. And weirdly I think it's a lot in San Francisco, like the garages get locked at a certain time at night where like you don't get your car out before then. You're like, what? My car's stuck here for the night?
yeah.
So I had to go get the car and then go to this restaurant to meet some like 50, 60-year-old dude for a business meeting for my girlfriend. And when we left, I took a second edible, and I drove. We were like in a cab or an Uber or something, and we drove past the route. We're going to be late too, so I dropped her off. She went in. I went to the parking garage to get the car so I could park on the street near the restaurant, because the parking garage was going to close at whatever time. And as I'm driving out of the parking garage towards the restaurant, the shit just starts to hit me hard. And I park, I get in the restaurant, and this is like a 2-hour like business meeting with this dude, and I was retarded. Like I was like, I'm just gonna like face plant and like slide off the table onto the floor, and I really hope that doesn't happen right now, because my girlfriend's already pissed at me because I would like talk and just have no idea what I was talking about.
Yeah.
And I'd realize that everyone's looking at me, like listening, and I'm like, I don't, in my head, I'm like, fuck, what was the topic? And then like having to try to figure out how to bow gracefully out of not remembering what you were talking about for
Right.
like the 15th straight time you tried to talk.
Probably looked like yeah.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
so that was a situation. Yeah, I can imagine being like 7 grams of mushrooms with like people you don't really want to be that high with.
Yeah, man. That shit was wild. We're in some podunk
Not for
ass
me.
town.
I'm a cheap date, man. I don't need a lot to get there, so.
Dude, I don't eat much at all, and like I can feel them. Even when I microdose, I just microdose at a very low level.
Yeah,
Because like
7 is heroic.
Oh yeah, that was gnarly. It was. I was trying to impress this chick, and like
Like, watch me
showed me.
destroy this
Showed
whole
me.
bag of mushrooms.
Well, she ate just as many as I did, and like you
Oh,
know,
wow.
like
But she didn't have to drive. She's like,
well, no, she did.
you.
She was the driver.
She did.
She was the one who drove, and like she was supposed to be the one to
she
drive.
drove.
She was supposed to. She drove up there, and then we ate them while we were up there, and then she got behind the
then
wheel
you
to come
drove.
back, and she's like, "There's no way I can even turn the car on right now. I don't know what the fuck to do." So I was like, "Well, here we go. I guess I got it." Captain Save-A-Ho.
Mhm.
It was a good time. And it was a good time. It's not like when you're on the road, it's not bad. You know what I mean? Stopping and stuff like that's not fun, but like just driving. LSD is much more friendlier driving.
Yeah, it's a much more.
I've been
clear-
hearing about a lot. Yeah, I've been hearing about a lot more athletes that use LSD. I heard about a football player who would do it, and he said he could figure out the play before they even snapped the ball. He knew what the guy was going to be doing, and so he'd be able to just go put his hand up in front of where the ball was going and just you know what I mean, deflect it, and like it was really cool listening to him talk. And then I've heard a couple marathon runners talk about it.
Wait, sorry, he was playing on LSD?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, football.
I feel like mushrooms.
No,
give
I
you
love playing sports when I'm alive.
I feel like you get more like physical distortions from mushrooms, or like your visual, you know, where you know what I mean, you get more of those waves and stuff that come in, you know, that then
you definitely get waves and shit, yeah.
you can disturb your like coordination and all that. When
100%.
Yeah, it's definitely less of that on like some really good clean out.
Oh, and you get like the depth perception fuck ups on mushrooms. Like something will look like it's right in front of your face, and then it'll look like it's 9 miles away.
But sometimes on mushrooms I'm super clear. It sort of depends, you know?
Yeah, it definitely does. It depends what kind.
Yeah.
Like pumpkin hillbillies, those are hard to microdose for me because they get me very kind of anxious and
my phone is shutting down, guys. I'll hop back in when I plug it in.
Okay.
Peace. Mine's getting low myself, I'm not gonna lie. I'm at 5%. I plugged it in, but it's
And then there was just
5%.
me.
And then there was you.
Uh,
What's Damon doing? Oh yeah, he said he's busy.
Damon is trying to fix the car, I think.
I need to let
I
the
don't
dogs
know
out.
if that's in negative 30-degree weather or warm and balmy weather.
Yeah. It's beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, no, the
Sundance
New
is-
England, like like as spring starts to come and you get those like awesome May day, like a May day in April,
Dude, I can't believe it's fucking
It's a
March.
happy feeling.
When did it
You
become March?
survived a New England winter.
That was gnarly in a camper. I thought for sure the wind was gonna blow me away one of these days.
Okay, what was I just doing? Yeah, trying to.
I'm not excited about going back to a city and having to go back to growing indoors, but it'll be
Well,
alright. It'll be fun.
what city?
Tucson?
But could you be in like a little like a suburb, or do you have to be kind of in?
I gotta really see how it's gonna be when I start working, you know?
Because it's like I don't know if you drive like 20
I wanna
minutes in
see what
some
the like commute
direction
is.
where it's like
There's gonna be a
cheaper and you have houses.
Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I'd ideally want is like a small little house with a little backyard or something, you know what I mean? That I can put some garden beds in and let the dogs run around and shit like that. That's the goal. Silent truth. Tea is the way to go with mushrooms 100%. I agree with ya. How do you like to consume yours, Peter?
I mean, I'd love to do like an extraction.
Have you ever done mushroom extraction?
No. But I mean, like
Tanazi was messing around with that.
right now I'm just eating the dried mushrooms, which is like the taste you're just like, ah. But
I'm not a big fan of the taste for sure.
I've done the capsules and then chocolates, but always like from other people. So I want to.
Have you tried lemon teching?
No.
You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
Yeah.
Kicks in like 15, 20 minutes instead of like an hour and a half. And like it comes on way harder. And it's more intense, but it's a lot.
Well, I'll do that next time.
It takes like 2 hours off of it. So
sorry, you mean it makes it the high lasts 2 hours less, or what do you mean?
Yeah, the whole experience is like shortened, but it's more
so
intense.
It's shorter and more intense.
Yeah,
so then you could just
quicker.
Do it again. Oh, there we go. Yeah, only lasts 3 hours.
Yeah, it's gnarly. It's fun. First time I lemon teched, I ate a couple tabs too, and like I thought it'd take a little while to kick in or whatever, you know. And so I walked down the street to like the local like head shop, and I was like, "Oh shit!" It kicked in a lot faster, really hard. I had to get back to my safe zone of the apartment. That was a wild experience that day. It's fun.
Yeah, no, when you were talking about driving on the 7 grams.
That one was wild, dude. Luckily, I wasn't in the city for long, but like that was the hardest part was the city driving at night because of all the lights.
No, but I was thinking of I
Talk
went
about
out
that
to
sigh of
dinner one
relief,
night.
man.
I went out to dinner with my wife in like way West Hollywood, and
Yeah.
I mistimed the mushrooms, and they basically kicked in. I told you the story. They kicked in right when I got in the car, and she's like, "I know you're gonna get wasted, and I'm gonna drive when we come back, so you're driving there." And I was like, "Ah, fuck."
That's great.
So I'm trying to like look composed because I know she
Right.
get all pissed if I was like, I'm high as a kite right now.
You're way into the music. Can you feel it? Do you feel a difference in different types of mushrooms?
Yeah, and that's why I want to like I went out what was that 2 nights ago and took the albino penis envy, And
Mhm.
I was thinking about taking something different that I hadn't tried before, but I was like, I know this and I know what it does to me. And I know being in like a restaurant with 8 other people and like other people, like I'm cool with that on this. But now that I'm home, I want to start moving through some of the other stuff because yeah, it definitely has a different effect on me. And some stuff I like more, some stuff I like less. And that's kind of the like I'd love like to do something where you go from strain to strain, grow a bunch out, get it out to a bunch of people to consume it in whatever their personal way is to do it. You know, whether someone likes to hero dose or microdose or consume it as a chocolate or consume it as a tea or whatever, but like then give feedback of how that worked for them for what they like mushrooms for.
I like that.
And because it'd be interesting to see
Like that
like
a lot, yeah.
with cannabis, there's kind of like that bell curve of like statistically this cultivar like with treating things like epilepsy, right? Like if someone were to prescribe someone new, they would start with something that's like most commonly known to be effective. But for that person, that might not work. And then they kind of go like to the next something else that has been known. Like they're going to try certain things first after a while, knowing kind of what works well for something. Is blue water a strain? Is that what
I
that
think
is?
is that like blue? Is that like blue honey? And that's where you put your mushrooms in honey, and
Oh,
it'll,
sorry, that's a
the
different
honey will take
that's
in.
like a tea, and then this is a different way of extracting.
That's what I'm
Extraction
thinking.
tech.
I think so. Maybe a cold water extraction. Yeah, that's cool.
An ethylene blue extraction.
Those dogs are in the same position. They haven't moved yet.
they're still powering napping.
Oh yeah. I gotta take them out here in a bit. My phone's gonna die in a little bit, anyways.
So they're gonna go from country dogs to city dogs.
Yeah, we had a little life of city life when we were in Eugene, or not Eugene, Eureka, and yeah, but we had a decent backyard. You know, dogs could go out there and run and shit like that. We just shared it with other neighbors. Yes, silent truth. It's you got to use fresh for the blue honey. So when you do that, you got to dump out the water content that's being squeezed out of the mushrooms as well, so it doesn't spoil. I'm not mistaken. That might be the blue water. Is that the blue water? Or I don't know.
So
It's
what
like
is
cold
it?
lemon tech. Okay. What's that?
What? Sorry. What did he say it is?
It's a cold water extraction. It's like cold lemon tech. Lemon tech's a shit. I just grind them up, pour a shit ton of lemon juice in it. In the UK, Medi states they cannot advertise drugs. We can't advertise it really here, can we? I don't know. California, are they allowed to advertise it?
Mushrooms we're talking about.
Or cannabis? I think I saw billboards and stuff, right?
Yeah, no, cannabis definitely.
Yeah.
And then I'm trying to think if I've seen. No, I haven't. Well, not down in LA. I mean, I think what is it? Oakland, it's legal. or where is it like, I don't know if legal or just decriminalized, but
Oakland?
billboards for just weed or billboards for
I don't know about
mushrooms too?
mushrooms. I don't know about mushrooms. I don't.
What was I just doing?
Sending me that $9 million.
I read.
Right. Oh,
Two rolling.
what do you have lined up this week? Anything up sleeve?
Me no, I'm chained to the desk and we're packing up a lot of orders.
I'm supposed to do a show with
A lot of Kevin
Chad.
stuff.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm supposed to do a show with
Um,
Chad one of these days.
He was in the chat earlier.
Yeah. Once I get my laptop set back up, and
Oh, did you get it back?
I mean I have it, but I never sent it off.
I got it.
So it's still fucked.
Number
How do you say it
6,
in the Northeast? Fact.
Wicked 5.
Fact. It's like FAWK. Fact. Ding, ding, ding. Nice. We still have that light and stuff at Michael's.
Sorry, hold on 1 second. Yeah, I need to.
If somebody needs to grow,
I need to get Michael. I need to start his outdoor project for this year.
I mean, you
told
saw,
what
dude, that
happened
was
last
like
year, right?
the deer.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even know what it was, but
Yeah, but
yeah, he like put little baby plants all up in that area
yeah,
before putting in the like the area that has a fence around it.
right. And they just got.
Yeah,
How did that
was,
saffron do?
I don't know. If I remember the next time, I will ask him.
I need, yeah, I'll text him.
But it'd be sweet if they could, yeah, I mean, growing and harvesting all your own saffron.
Yeah, man, and they just did a small area to begin with, you know. So if it works, saffron's pretty cool. I wonder how that'd be like as a companion plant with cannabis.
Sure, the cannabis would be happy next to it.
Be happy. Yeah, I'm excited though to get going through some seeds again and stuff like that. It's been a little minute, so.
So, wait, it was Nevada that took all your seeds, or who took all your seeds?
Yeah, Nevada Highway State Patrol. It was a special unit. They were trying to find people smuggling stuff like cocaine and meth and stuff like that because it was Burning Man weekend. So they saw that tag.
And you're driving with your rave outfit on.
Yeah, you know, fucking. It was right when I crossed the border. They were right there at the border of California and Nevada. So as soon as I crossed in, wham. I remember one time a cop got behind me and I pulled off to the next exit I saw and I pulled into the first gas station I saw and like ran inside. And that motherfucker like stayed out in that parking lot forever. But I didn't go back out of the parking lot until he left. Oh
Yeah,
man.
that's like there's a this town, Charlestown, in Rhode Island on Route 1, which is like kind of the pre 95, like before the Highway 95 was built.
Yeah.
And so the police in Charlestown, just like their main source of revenue is they just set speed traps along their stretch of Route 1. So Route 1 goes like through one town, then through the next town, then through the next town. No other town's cops ever like stop people for speeding. Like you're never worried in the town before it or the town after it. But as soon as you cross, like they're literally right there as soon as people cross into Charlestown, and everybody's gotten a ticket there. And I like then there's a ton of tourist traffic like coming down to the beaches and stuff. So like people who don't know that there's speed, like locals know that they're the speed traps, but it sucks when they're just like waiting.
Yeah. Oh, did you hear what happened to Y? They raided his house, but they didn't have a fucking search warrant, and so he got arrested and everything like that. But he knew a little bit of his rights, at least. You know what I mean? And so he
In what state?
Florida, and he beat the case
There's
because it was illegal search.
How's
and
the
seizure.
car? Is
Oh,
it
nice.
purring? Is it
I'm like at
purring
1%.
a cat?
Yeah, had to replace the battery, but like
5%.
BMWs have that stupid like you have to hold the charge with the battery while you're replacing it, otherwise your computer gets all messed up. So, and then it's like tucked
fun.
in behind the air intake, so you got to pretty much take a quarter of the engine apart to get out a battery. Like these stupid things that they do, so that you have to like take it to the dealership. It's dumb.
Is it all computer stuff?
Yeah, so it got so cold here. Like, actually, my vehicle is the only one that didn't need a new battery this year. But the kids, they both of their batteries went at the same time, and then my wife's battery went last week. But we were busy, didn't have cars around or anything to fix anything. So today was like the day to do it. So,
Right.
yeah.
Fun stuff.
Yeah, it's expensive winter. Very expensive between the three cars. Oh, and then
I'm
like,
going to the opposite of that.
cheap winter.
I'm going to the surface of the sun, also known as Arizona.
And no daylight savings time.
Oh fucking A.
You get
Arizona doesn't?
no. Arizona and Saskatchewan are the only two places.
Yeah,
Stop
no,
lying.
Yesterday
Stop
I was
lying.
like, why? I wish we just put it halfway between, like 30 minutes
Are you serious?
forward from whenever we go back and 30 minutes behind whenever we go forward, and just call it a day and just leave it there.
Never had to experience. Never had a daylight savings.
Like we do it twice a year and nobody likes it, and it doesn't serve a purpose anymore.
So what? The time zone we're in just doesn't change ever.
So I'm always. It's hard to explain it. Like
I'm 37 and I've never heard of this. Like
yeah.
my entire life.
So now, me being in the prairies, I'm actually mountain time zone. And then in October, I end up becoming central time zone, and we just bounce back and forth between time zones. But if everybody would just leave it alone, because it doesn't make a lick of sense.
I hate it.
Well,
My
and what's
dogs
it
hate it too.
And that's the thing. Like, what's it doing to your circadian rhythm?
Well,
Right?
It's used by the man to keep you down. They can't let you get comfortable, so they gotta switch it up and
Close that pineal gland on you.
yeah, man. Yeah. It's all the man's fault.
Yeah, damn man. Yeah, I can't remember exactly why we don't have it in Saskatchewan, but yeah, we never adopted it.
It's that common sense that you guys are legendary for.
We're a bunch of farmers
Famous.
for the
All right,
most
do y'all
part.
speak French over there? Where does Canada start speaking French at?
So in Saskatchewan, there are communities that are predominantly French-speaking communities, and when I say communities, I'm talking like 500 people.
Okay,
But
yeah.
but for the most part, it's all
Like
in-
Chinatown. Oh no, there's like 500 people in one building in Chinatown.
Yeah, lots of Ukrainian speaking people.
Careful.
Some German. But predominantly everybody speaks English. It's not like when you go to Quebec and they kind of expect you to parlez-vous français.
Ontario's all the way to the east, right?
Like, what do you mean?
It's the eastern side of Canada, Ontario.
Well, no, because after Ontario, there's Quebec, which is huge.
I think that's where Ashley's at. Oshawa. Where's Oshawa?
Oshawa's in Ontario, so she's close
Okay,
to
she's
the
in
Quebec border.
Oshawa Generals.
And
Yep.
she.
Didn't Eric Lindros play for the
Yep,
Oshawa
Eric
Generals?
Lindros played for the Oshawa Generals. Yes.
What is that? Is that a ping pong league? What is it?
OHL, Ontario Hockey League.
I'm just playing.
Yes, a ping pong.
Ontario. I actually so I know a
Well,
guy like Rob Brindamore and
Yeah.
there's some good stories around Lindros and his
Does Canada
concussions.
make good alcohol?
How many his concussions?
Yeah, I'll tell you offline though. it's a confidential story. Do we have good booze?
Y'all make like whiskey and stuff?
Yeah, so like Canadian Club, Crown Royal.
I wonder how that distillation would. Well, I guess not all of Canada is a fucking ice cube. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah,
I'm sure they do their distillation and warehousing in places that actually gets warm.
What?
I'm an idiot. I was thinking Antarctica or some shit.
No, you're not. You're
North
not.
Pole.
Steve, I make my hash outside when it's minus 50 out. I do my bubble
Yeah.
outside. I wait for that cold snap just so that I can do washes outside, and then I let it cure or freeze, and it's like having a really big freeze dryer.
Do you ever get it too cold where you get like ice in your wash and you're like,
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got to keep it moving. Your breaks in between are a lot shorter.
Yeah.
But yeah, like so Jeremy Plum, when I was talking to him about this, and he's like, "Oh, what's the weather like?" This is going back a couple of weeks ago. He's like, "Dude, it's minus 50. I'm going outside to make hash." And then he sent me this research paper about the prime temperature to do your wash is like minus 47 because it deals with all any potential microbacteria or microbiological life.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, it's all.
Now that's what is that non-Canadian?
Minus 50 is minus 50. Yeah,
it's the same both of us.
Yeah, like minus 47 Fahrenheit is minus 47 Celsius or something.
Dude, like I'm upset that America changed the units. Like it I understand like freezing and boiling. You know what I mean? Like it's solid. It's not random letters.
Yeah, I can't remember where I was watching
numbers.
it. I think it might have been Future Cannabis Project, but somebody talked about how Celsius is like designed for this, right? Like absolute Kelvin and that. But Fahrenheit and Imperial is more of a like, what does that actually feel like? Like that sort of thing. So like 35 degrees to 90 degrees is relative to the human experience, whereas 0 Celsius to 100 Celsius or 45 degrees Celsius, that's like for matter and like physics, right? I can't remember if it was on FCP or.
It's hard when you take in a lot of information from a lot of different sources, bro.
No.
Like, whoa, where did I hear that?
So the only YouTube I watch is Future Cannabis Project. I don't really.
Really?
Yeah, well, I'll put on Bubble Man every once in a while.
I don't know. I
depending
think I watched FCP for like 2 years straight, and then yeah,
I don't have time for other stuff. I'm like, can barely keep
I
up with
I
the
watch
stuff.
other stuff now, but not much. I don't know. I don't consume as much media.
High at Night.
I'm excited
is-
to get the show going again, following the sessions. We're talking some hash
ChatGPT
makers.
is too. If you ask ChatGPT to describe Future Cannabis Project, it talks about you.
Does it really?
Yeah, it does. There's I can't remember if it was on channel 3 or when we no, I think it was on channel 3. I had ChatGPT in. Nope, channel 2. Channel 2, because that's where I got it to talk about Matsukin Valley Kush. Because it won't swear.
Matsukin.
It won't swear unless you're like, hey, well, what strains from Alaska? And then they talk, yeah, well, what else is that called? And then right away it's like, yeah, you can get it to swear. It'll be like, I can't use that language. Like, why the hell not?
That's silly.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's silly. All right, well, let's see. I'm almost.
You're
I have my
almost
phone plugged in, but it's still losing power. I'm at 40%.
does it keep up? Yeah.
StreamYard is a.
When do you leave?
Hall.
When do you leave for Arizona, Steve?
18th or 19th.
So a week.
I'm gonna go see my grandfather down in Georgia, and then
I get my peaches down in Georgia. Yeah. My weed comes from California. Yeah.
I want some boiled peanuts, some hot and spicy boiled peanuts.
It's all of Justin Bieber's classics.
Dude, my wife loves him. Hated him when he was a kid, and ever
Yeah,
since
some
he did,
hits.
well, ever since he did the Saturday Night Live, that's where Kara's like, he's actually really talented.
Yeah, he can sing. He can sing.
I just like
What's
that he's
another-
related to
The who?
the Baldwin family.
The Adams family.
Adam Baldwin. No, like Alec Baldwin, Steve
Al
Baldwin,
Baldwin's. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Billy
when you were
Baldwin.
saying it, so.
Yeah,
What about
the-
the Baldwins?
the Justin Bieber's related to him.
Oh, right. Because she's Billy's daughter or
Yeah,
something.
cheers.
Yeah, well, the guy who played Barney Rubble
Eh,
and was in Encino Man with and Biodome.
Alec
Pauly
is a
Shore.
good actor.
Alec Baldwin, yeah, he's great. He's great. Really liked him on Saturday Night Live back.
Yeah, I
in the
loved
day.
his 30 Rock character.
Yeah, 30 Rock is the greatest. That was a really good show.
Yes.
that was decent. Oh yeah.
TFA crushed.
You taking the dogs with you to Arizona?
Oh yeah.
They'll like that.
They're my kids.
No.
Well, Sundance is. I don't know. I mean, dual insulated fur. You know what I mean? But Harley's gonna love the sun. She's a sun hippo. Sundance likes cold everything. He likes to lay down in snow and any body of water he tries to get in.
Yeah, my buddy's got a Malamute that's like 13 years old, 14 years old, and like the dog loves being outside in the coldest weather. And every once in a while he'll have like the humane people show up, like the care people, because a neighbor complained about this Malamute being outside. We have to show up because if we don't,
Right.
so my buddy's like, here, you guys want a beer? Do you want to sit down, smoke a joint? Like,
The dog doesn't want to come inside. They want to be out there.
no, he's great, and he's great. Like, and he's so good with kids and other animals. Like, he doesn't realize he's 140 pounds, like monstrous.
Yeah.
No.
Sundance doesn't realize how big he is. And he's filling out now. You know what I mean?
How old is he?
Almost 2 years.
So he's still just a kid.
And I gotta get it fixed now. Like I didn't want to do it right away. I wanted him to be able to have the benefit of getting a little bit
To
of
enjoy 'em for a minute.
testosterone. And, yeah, it'd be cool if he knocked up a dog or two.
Enjoy the feeling of
Right.
having balls.
Let him spread his seed, and yeah, but we're gonna have to get him fixed. He's starting to smell all the pee and stuff, like, especially the female dogs, to see if they're in season.
Good season.
He like tastes it. He like tastes it and then makes a funny face. So I looked it up, and that's what they do. They're tasting.
What does it mean when my
pheromones.
dog smells another dog's pee and then makes?
But like it does something. Yeah, it does something with its like face. It's like trying to like smell its upper lip. It's wild. I've smoked the Alaskan Thunderfuck. No, I've never had a sample of that. What are you growing right now, Damon?
So I'm growing a Spanish hemp varietal. Smells like oranges. Will grow to 8-9 feet if I let it. FPOG.
Oh, nice. Where'd you get that from?
I got it from my buddy Manny De Silva, and so he does. Can't remember the name of his new company, but he exports to Germany, Australia, and Israel.
Oh, that guy that comes on the show.
He hasn't. Well, he hasn't been on FCP for. That's Corey.
Okay,
but Manny hasn't been on FCP since like the Clubhouse days. It's
back in
been
'98, back in Nam.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Clubhouse days. Clubhouse was awesome.
That was
Yes.
cool. Who used to do the Clubhouse show?
Joda, Peter.
Yeah,
Corey.
yeah.
Who else? Josh Burke was in there.
Hoda,
Anna.
I'd love for him to. I need to. Every time people just kind of stop doing shows, I'm always like, I wonder why they don't want to.
James Loud said he's trying to get you on the show, Peter.
Oh, on his show?
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran into him at the ZA Olympics.
Oh, you were there? Did you see that fight that everybody tried to post about?
I left before the fight. But the whole time I was there, that was the vibe I was getting. Is like total LA scene. Like,
yeah. They did this one event in Michigan where it like kind of got taken over, and then people were trying to use it as like
Gucci t-shirts and
yeah. They had like rub and tub booths and stuff. They're like, oh, it's expressing freedom. Yeah.
Okay. things as a dad, I don't need to expose myself to. No.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, guys, I gotta go.
Okay. Later, Steve.
Peace.
later.
Have a good one.
All right, what do I have to do? The pace at which tasks get accomplished once I'm really high and trying to multitask.
What were you doing?
By full, do you mean do they have a ton of seeds in them? Yes. Yeah, all his stuff. I think I only list stuff as like not many. I'd rather have people be surprised that there are more seeds than like upset if I ever got it. Like if someone put one less in accidentally, I'd rather under easy to. Sorry, what is?
ATF. It sounds like pigs.
Oh, Alaskan Thunder. Okay. So wait, did you say that it's now like springy and, or is it like still 3 feet of snow?
There's still 5 feet of snow in my driveway, and it's like 20 Fahrenheit. Some days it'll go to like 40 and stuff will start melting. 40, well, no, 50. There we go. Sorry, I'm bad at the math. But yeah, we're back in kind of a semi-cold snap. Like right now, it's like look.
Yeah.
minus 11 Celsius. So what is that? 0?
That I don't know. But 0 is pretty cool. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. 12. It's 12 degrees out right now.
Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one equation I can never figure out.
Yeah, I'm in a t-shirt outside in LA. It's very satisfying. I just planted a ton of seeds. Things sprouting.
Do you guys ever get frost though?
Not that I've ever experienced in LA.
Yeah, so it's 22 degrees Celsius right now for you. So that's like what, 75, 72?
Kind of what it feels like outside right now.
Yeah, yeah. UV index of 5. You wearing sunscreen, Peter?
I'm not. Although I did wear a hat yesterday specifically so that my forehead wouldn't get sunburned when I was doing all these.
You're under flood watch right now. That's crazy. You getting lots of rain?
We got. I was saying rain's coming again. Yeah, we've been getting. Oh wow! Yeah. Oh fuck. That's news to me. I did not know that. Yeah, it's interesting because like when you have so many, like I mean, there was 9 months of no rain, so like you start to get bolder, leaving shit out in places that if it were raining, you'd be bummed that the rain was like drenching it. So then when the rains do come, you're totally unprepared and you have to like cover shit, or like I bring a lot of stuff inside and just pile it way up in the garage, waiting for it to be like sunny again and then bring it back out. Rotten's back. Where
You got it, Peter? Okay.
Sure.
So can you grow all year round then? Like if you had supplemental, like
it's awesome. I mean, right now I have I have like radish plants in like full bloom. They're probably like 4 or 5 feet high of like flowers everywhere and bees all over them. So there's stuff that's finishing now, and then other stuff like doesn't die. So I've like pepper. That's why I was asking the pepper plant lady. I was like, how many year like, because she's in Arizona too, right? So like I assume like in Colorado they die at the end of the year, but in Arizona there's nothing to kill them. So I have last year's pepper plants that are and all the grapes are coming back up right now. Yeah, and then just random stuff that I like so many seeds are all over that shit's constantly popping up. And I'll usually let stuff go like, what are you? And then it's like, are you where I want you? Do I want to move you to somewhere else, or do I not want you at all? Because like I want to, like with radishes, I want to do a seed, make seeds of something new and different. So I don't want any of the, like I have daikon radish growing outside, luobo radish, watermelon radish.
Those watermelon ones are hot.
Yeah. I want to do like a black, like there's this really dark one at the farmer's market. There's James. James, you want to jump on? Oh, wait, did I put the link in or did I totally forget? I know I did put it in. Oh, yeah, no, the two of you. No, if James can jump on, because I want to talk educational content. Because James has
his master's, and he teaches at university in Oklahoma.
either Oklahoma or Missouri.
Something.
All right, so what was I doing over here?
James, I texted it to you.
Stock market. Yeah, maybe I'll see if maybe get Chenzo to grow all the different stuff.
Do you have beets?
I do have beets. Actually, I just planted. I think it was these Italian beets. Poppy, Murasaki pepper, Alabama red okra, yellow lupine, yellow cosmos, Long Island Brussels sprouts, Chinese pink celery. What's this one?
The candy cane ones, my wife rocks.
Yeah, Romano, pole bean, dragon tongue bean, cucumber, type of zucchini, dark star zucchini. And then I think, oh yeah, the coffee. And then what were we just talking about?
Beets.
Beets. Yeah, it's a blanking. I forget what kind of beet it is, but I'm psyched to eat it.
Have you ever seen the candy cane ones?
Yeah.
That's
red and white.
yeah, that's predominantly what my wife grows. We grow like your traditional ones too.
You guys are beet enthusiasts?
Yeah, my wife is. Not me. I just run the rototiller, pounding steaks. I'm not allowed to weed because I end up killing tomato plants. So,
Yeah, when you're pulling stuff.
well, we have a tool that's like a triangle on the end of a stick that's got a blade on it. You just use that to weed, so that you don't have to bend over. And I get too close to the tomato plants and I kill them.
So she's removed your.
Yeah, I'm just not allowed to do anything when it's bad. I can maintain it, but I'm not allowed to get in there and clean things up.
Yeah,
Oh, dude, I run over weed plants with the lawnmower because I don't pay attention. So, cutting branches off, lollipopping them by accident. Yeah, kind of a cowboy when it comes to things, Peter. Just get in there, get it done. Doesn't have to be pretty; it just has to get finished. Wait, Sorry,
what is,
James. I missed your message. There you go. We'll post it again. Oh, whoops. Get that off of Facebook.
What about? Get no. Oh yeah, so the next time Kevin comes on, I'm correct that you didn't describe your experience growing the red lead puck, right? During that conversation. Yeah, so we should have you talk about
Yeah, I can dig up
because
pictures.
in the F2 there's going to be like, you know, he was hunting through that and got a lot of variation, right? Like that's the whole point of the fact that he has the 3, the 5, the 6, and the 7. So what did you like? What was the flavor profile? You got that?
Tootsie Roll rose oil. It, like, that's why I was so happy, is because I've never experienced a flavor like that in my life. Right? Like 30 years, and it's like, wow, this is not what I'm used to. And yeah. The clone that we have in flower, though, I left it in a 1-gallon pot too long, and so it just decided to like grow like a hemp plant. And there's no lateral branching; it's just growing like one massive cola. so anyway, yeah, no, I love it, absolutely love it.
Wait, so when you were saying before the hemp varietal that you're growing, is that just a high CBD or what?
Yeah. There's lots of lateral branching on that because I gave it lots of space. Topped it too. Otherwise, it wouldn't
has
fit.
a good like how far along is it?
I've got I've got a few that are at like week 2, week 3.
So it's early. Okay.
Yeah, and then I've got a few that are at day 2 of flower. But yeah.
And do you know what the kind of flavor?
Oranges.
Oh, you mentioned that, right?
Yeah. Like,
who'd it come from?
A dude.
Okay. Since I couldn't remember that you mentioned the other part, I'm like, you probably also told me this.
Nope. No. Gotcha. So like around me, like nobody really, like there was so like Jordan of the Islands was a bank that everybody was using, I guess. But there's a few old guys that
what's his current because he still sells, but seems very quiet, right?
Yep. He's kind of active on Instagram every once in a while. I'll see like something go through that somebody's growing of his.
So have you grown a bunch of his stuff?
No, maybe.
Somewhere between no and yes.
In the last decade, no.
Okay, but before that, okay.
Yeah. So like the UBC chemo that he had, I probably ran for about a decade, and then I ran into problems with the plant. So, and I'm not a breeder, but I like trying to like maintain weed I'm comfortable with. And so I crossed that with a Afghani and went to F2 and just kind of playing around in there right now, seeing what I like. It's not a big yielding plant, which kind of sucks, but then
Dutch treat.
The what?
Dutch treat.
That CBD strain?
No.
No, that was CBD treat. No, yeah. I haven't grown Dutch treat. Hi, James.
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much. Yeah, James is here.
Yeah,
you got quiet. James is sitting there nicely, patiently.
Ripping the long rip from the is that a Dabex or what, or a
yes, no, it's my way.
No.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Or, Puffco.
Puffco, right.
I got it like 4 years ago and I spent like $400 on it. And yeah, like there's I think Cartas and even like Dabexes are better, but I spent $400 so I gotta ride it out, you know.
Yeah, no, I would ride it till it breaks.
I have one. It's great. I don't mind mine.
So just quickly, James, I meant to call you this week. I was like, the weekend will be perfect because he's not working. And then I flaked on the weekend. But like when I first got out of college, we started, and I moved down to New York, and we started this e-learning company where we're building out course authoring tools and learning management systems, and
Kind of like open courseware, or
kind
like
of. So we had something. It was even before that stuff was like some of the platforms now where there's just like a growing library of courses. We had this thing. It was a course authoring engine, and then there was almost like the marketplace where you could discover courses from different creators, and then each creator could. I mean, it's what you're seeing now, but this was 98, 99, 2000, 2001, 2, like.
Damn, that was way ahead of everybody.
Yeah, we were building like live video, like what we're doing now. We were doing in maybe 99, 2000, and like with Real Player and the early Flash Media players, but anyway,
Real Player, Shockwave,
all the classics.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Flash files.
Oh.
Yeah. And then like what was the Microsoft WMVs or whatever. But anyway, so like we worked with the Interactive Advertising Bureau to do like a certificate program. And it was basically just like filming. They had these in-person workshops. And so we would just film them and then chop them up and deliver them online. You could have tests. But anyway, that's what we've been, to give people context, that's what we've been talking about is like you want to talk about what you're currently teaching?
See, I'm teaching a few courses. Right now I'm teaching plant breeding at Unity Environmental University out in Maine. Essentially just we go over like the basics of plant breeding. They have like a project where they kind of pick like a trait within a plant of their choice and just kind of like reason like how they're going to go about breeding it and how they're going to market it to consumers, so and so. And teaching fundamentals of hemp and cannabis at Wichita State University, my alma mater. It's kind of cool because it's the first cannabis course in Kansas, and I don't have a target on my back yet, so we'll see. And I'm also teaching hemp processing at Unity Environmental University. And I got asked
what's the curriculum for the hemp course? Like, what's the?
Essentially processing.
Okay.
I mean, like everything from like making herd and fiber to distillate.
That's cool.
It's all online, but I mean, it covers a lot of like industrial hemp, essentially like how to process fiber and herd. And kind of goes in like a hemp wood and a little bit of hemp plastic. Then
that's awesome. I mean, that's the whole thing that's lacking right now is that infrastructure, right?
Oh yeah, it's like hard though. Because I mean, you got to compete
facility.
against corn and wheat and soy, and you know those have like a lot of money behind them.
No, that's great. So you're like, are you doing, since a lot of this stuff doesn't really exist all that much, are you like researching, like you have to research yourself and then learn it and then convey it to other people?
Yeah, I had to essentially create them from scratch. But down here in like Oklahoma and Kansas, I'm affiliated with some hemp farms, and they make fiber and herd, and they sell like animal bedding and stuff. So I kind of got familiar with that. But the part I kind of had to get real familiar with, and it's kind of a shame because I grew up in Kansas around wheat fields, is like a hemp, like row crops.
Yeah.
And essentially that, because I mean, it's a little bit different than like, you know, growing a few plants in a tent. So I mean, you're dealing with acreage at that point.
And then is that like the most typical use case would be for seed, like oil? Seed.
I mean, with the oil, depending, I mean, if you're doing like just hemp oil where you press seed, some grain varieties, but a lot of row crops, the majority of them for hemp are essentially the fiber varieties.
So for making like
Rope,
like
textiles,
rope, yeah, paper,
textiles, stuff like that.
Yeah, no, it is interesting. Like I've wanted to bring on some of the people who I think there's like a dude in Poland who's doing a lot of like hemp fiber and material, like for like fashion and clothing, and then like people doing hempcrete, right? Like where are we and what's going on with that? Because especially here in LA, where like everything burnt down, it's like that'd be a pretty good material.
You can definitely use a hempcrete. I mean, you can't use it only by itself, but you know, maybe just use it as like a filler, kind of. Just I don't know. Try to keep LA from burning to the ground.
That's the goal. And then I like the mushroom. So anyway, we've been talking about building out like a FCP certification, and then also talking about things like mycology, right? Which I like.
Yeah.
That's
so. I mean, I was also thinking like psychedelics, because like every like program out there, like certificate program out there, is for a facilitator, but there's nothing on the like biology or physiology or chemistry side. So I figured like, you know, that'd be something like we can dig into.
Hold that back up. No, we're not going to see it again. There we go.
Oh.
And what's in it?
This one is the Ghost of Stardog from Toad.
Oh, sweet.
Damn. How is it?
How would you describe it?
Very reminiscent of like 15-year ago Kush.
Nice.
Definitely brings me to like a time and a place, which I love. I love stuff like that. Tastes good all the way down. Rock and
early, late 90s, early 2000s, when the world was still sane somewhat.
Just enough insanity to make everything better.
Yeah, I liked late 90s insanity.
Yeah, it was like a good blend.
I enjoyed late 90s.
Yeah, it tastes great. This was a big hunt for me. I went through like almost 60 seeds, I think. It was a bigger hunt for me.
Oh, damn.
So what are like the culling points on that? Like when are you calling like cull number 1, cull number 2?
I wouldn't say a set time, definitely reactive more than proactive. Because the genetics are so different round to round, there might be like different reasons to cull them. But usually by like week 3 to 4 in flower, if they've made it that long, they're probably gonna go the whole way.
Yeah, I like. All right, so in psychedelics, what have you been most focused on?
Shrooms. Because like my background, academic background's in microbiology, and I also like growing functional mushrooms and shrooms, and I've kind of been into like breeding, because like I've seen I don't know who's tried Tidal Wave, but I mean that was a cross between Penis Envy and B plus, and the genetics on it aren't too stable, but you sometimes from time to time get this mutation, and somebody actually cloned it, but Enigma, and like it doesn't even look like a shroom, it looks like a brain, but that kind of got me into like the breeding bug, so or a crossing bug, but hopefully I'll get started on that soon. But right now I'm actually just growing some functional mushrooms like oysters and shiitake and lion's mane.
That's cool.
But the thing I saw with like psychedelics is because like, you know, you have all these therapy centers, which honestly I think are pretty much, I mean, yeah, psychedelics definitely can help people, but these therapeutic centers like you see opening up in Colorado and Oregon, insurance doesn't cover it, and some of these sessions are thousands of dollars. So to me, it's just kind of like you're preying on the vulnerable at that point. So I was kind of thinking, you know, going to like, you know, showing people like how to, everything from, you know, isolating colonies to, you know, making crosses of like your favorite strains, stuff like that, and basic microbiology, but just, you know, show people how to grow their own medicine.
We were talking about this earlier, but do you have some strains that you like a lot more than others that you like you're like, I'd rather move on from that one and not revisit it?
Golden Teachers compared to like a Enigma. Just like, because like I know every trip's different, but I really do think there's like an entourage effect, like that's specific to like, you know, each strain. And like Golden Teachers, I mean, yeah, they're real, you know, they get the job done, but sometimes, you know, when I want to, you know, blast off, like I would take like a Tidal Wave or Enigma or just a Penis Envy. But I mean, it's kind of like, the way I look at it's kind of like, you know, different strains of herb. You know, you can only smoke like, you know, one thing for so long, and you just kind of want to like try something else. That's kind of the way I look with like shrooms as well.
And then what's your kind of preferred ingestion method?
Lemon tech or just eating them straight. I mean, capsules work as well, but I don't know. There's something just primal about just like, you know, eating the shrooms like by the, you know, by the handful. You know,
that's what I generally do, but yeah, the capsules, it's like taking horse pill after horse, because you got to take so many.
Yeah.
It's like 9, 10, 11, and they're all huge capsules.
But yeah, I don't know. I just think like, you know, like our you know, ape ancestors, like, you know, walking like the plains and just seeing some like mushrooms growing out of like, you know, mastodon shit, and just, you know, eating like a handful of shrooms. I don't know, just something like primal about it. I like.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. Oh, you got two. Like pre-human first experience in psychedelic things. It's kind of like when the like, what are the other animals that like the thing in like the rainforest that bites the centipede that releases a toxin, and it like gets high and you see like 6 of them just chilling up in the tree. I'm trying to remember what animal that is, but like, to think about an animal that doesn't have like a human consciousness tripping, and then it's like, what does it think about when it's like having this totally psychedelic experience?
I mean, it's not.
That's
No, I mean, I like Golden Teacher.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, there are a bunch of different animals that and
is that why their eyes are always so big? Nothing nocturnal. It's just because, like, you know, they've done it for so many generations. Their eyes are just, you know,
that's right,
huge all the time now.
They're permanently tripping.
Yeah, tripping so hard, even their grandkids are tripping.
What if I never come back?
I was really digging when I was seeing people pairing hash with mushrooms, almost making like a combo, like chocolate or different combo capsules. I really thought that was cool.
Yeah, because like sometimes like when I'm feeling like the peak kind of coming off when on shrooms, like I'll light up a J, and it kind of gets me kind of like back there. But yeah, that'd be cool.
Sorry, you said a like an edible that's hash and mushrooms in one edible.
Yeah, I started seeing that a lot. I want to say maybe 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. Time is I'm getting old, but yeah, I remember seeing that becoming like hip with the youngsters. I thought it was such a cool idea to like throw them together. It made me think of it when you were talking about the entourage effect, when maybe mixing a couple different different genetics of the shrooms together. I thought mixing the hash with it was like a cool.
I think we may have had that. I think someone came with something like that at one of the LA events. But yeah, like I'll eat like edibles and then I'll eat like mushrooms. But yeah, I guess although I like to be able to control it where I'm like, this is how much mushrooms I want. This is how much edible I want.
But
Yeah,
I think
actually-
something like a badge, for like LinkedIn or Facebook or like, FCP like approval, or
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's like something's as valid as like the people who respect it, right? Or who
Yeah.
find, like, okay, like if someone went through that,
and honestly, I was kind of because like college is hella expensive. Not everybody can afford it, and at this point, you go to college, you're literally paying off student loans the rest of your life. So I figured
I think my nephew goes to the University of, well, he does go to the University of Miami.
Ooh, that's pricey.
And I think it's like $90,000 a year. And when my brother told me, I was like, oh, holy shit, dude. His other son, I think, goes to college for free. And I was like, make that kid work for it, because he DJs. So I was like, he could start to chip into his tuition. Contribute to it.
But just offer something that's like $150, just make it affordable and available to everyone.
No, I love that.
I was thinking like something like that. Or if they're super poor, fuck it, give it for free.
That's have FCP scholarships.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
All right. What should I pair with this?
How's it going, Damon? How you doing today, brother?
I am good. Productive day.
Right
Productive day. All the cars are running now. You missed out on that part.
No, I was listening. I was doing chores. You got all the batteries after the deep cold. That's rocking.
Yeah. They need to make cars the way they used to, though. Like 1984 Dodge K car was the best automobile ever made.
We talked about this actually on one of the After Darks a couple months ago. I was asking you and Ty, I was just like, what temperature Celsius did the cars die? I was like,
minus 50, minus 40. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, everyone had numbers quick. I was like, cool.
So, like, not to get all political and stuff, but if you guys annex us, is my temperature going to get warmer?
Now, I remember in New Hampshire when I was growing up, like times where the car wouldn't start and you need to bring out the, or you need to plug it in.
Jump box.
So my equipment, when it gets this cold, sometimes what we'll have to do is we'll have to heat and hoard it, and we use like a tiger torch, and we light that, put it underneath the chassis just to get everything warmed up so that we can fire it up.
Gnarly.
Yeah. Then the other trick, and I wouldn't suggest doing this, but you can use ethyl alcohol. And we had somebody do that. They blew up engine on us. So $75,000 to fix that.
Fuck.
But it's Canadian dollars, so it's like
No, that's US because all of the manufacturers are in the US and you got to pay US dollars. Oh, yeah.
Fuck.
I was on a Terex unit. I think it was Cummins that was in it. Yeah. So
A little too rich of a mix. That's fucking nuts.
it was cold that day too. Really cold, right? So you got to fire the contractors wanting the job done. So
Yeah.
So that wasn't fun though. But it helps with the resale value when you're like, oh yeah, at year 5 we had to replace the engine. So James, you do a breeding course?
Plant breeding.
Yeah. Okay. You should put together a PowerPoint presentation on just the 100 level of breeding and what's required. And then do it on the channel. You should do that. That's information that people would find very valuable.
I'll do the same one I do for my class.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want. Do not put any effort into it.
I mean, it's gonna be nothing like George, but by the way, I sent that as a link to my class. You're like, all right, if anybody can write a paper with this over and actually get it to a T, I'll just give you an A for the course.
Like if you understand everything he was saying in this video.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I made a joke about it, but I mean, I did show him. But man, Peter, you got to choose the hardest paper, man.
Yeah, I was glad you were there with me. It's like I feel like I'm maybe sort of understanding some of this, but I may be totally not understanding any of it.
Essentially what I got from it is there was a lot of genetic variation even within the genotypes, and he made assemblages for future projects for sequencing and stuff. That's what I got. That's the summary I got from it.
And then how many genotypes was he talking about?
I can't hear you.
How many genotypes?
I can't remember how many from the paper, but he was just saying the strains he had, he was within even those plants their genotypes, he was finding a variation just within genotypes that we weren't aware of, but I can't remember. It was on some allele, but I mean it would make sense,
What I tried to get him on yesterday with
Kevin. Get him on with Kevin. I just want to be a fly in the room, man.
Well, with Ryan, who's what's Ryan's Ryan Lee, everyone, his Chimera.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, to have them talking would be. We should. That's why it doesn't Russell want to go live tomorrow morning? Damon, right? Didn't we talk about, were you right?
No, you talked to him about Tuesday, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll check in with him. Because I think to try to get, that's what I liked about, was that yesterday that we did that? Yesterday, the autoflower, and then Ryan came on
10 hours ago.
Mere 10 hours ago. But a lot of weed ago.
22 hours ago. I'm tripping.
Yeah, I think. Let me see if George is around. Yeah, we'll have you summarize what you think the takeaway of what he was saying is, and we'll have him say, like, that's exactly what I was trying to get across.
That was like 2 weeks ago. Give me like 30 minutes to go over the paper.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the plain English translations. Especially while I was super high and like trying to follow along.
Yeah, it's pretty high too.
I heard someone recently saying that they were using Chat GPT to summarize like long papers like that. It's way above my pay grade because I've never used Chat GPT, but I still remember.
Yeah, I guess you could give it the
Dude,
prompt,
everybody
right?
uses it now.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
like dumb this down and like tell it to me in like plain English. That'd be a cool prompt to be able to do.
But some places are allowing, like colleges are allowing Chat GPT as long as you like cite it. And I was just like, still fucking cheating.
Well, I thought people are writing whole papers with it, right?
Oh no, they are. I mean, you're not supposed to. I mean, it's kind of like I mean, like when students do, I can kind of just tell because I mean, it just sounds like AI, so I just assume it's AI.
I remember in high school, and I forget what book we were reading in English, but I submitted a paper that was my friend's paper, and my English teacher, it was such a profound interpretation of the book that after he read it, like when we all came back, he was like, "You absolutely did not write that." And I was like, "You're right, I didn't write that." And it was because he didn't believe that I was like capable of understanding the book at that level. But it was my friend Charlie, who was super smart, who had those insights.
You should have been like, I was inspired and put in a lot of effort.
I spent weeks on this. Yeah, that was yeah, then he made me, like, he was a cool teacher. I didn't get in trouble for it, but he was like, you are gonna spend your, I think it was like Thanksgiving break or something, or like spring break maybe, writing this paper. And so like I had to read the book, write the paper. It was like way worse than than the first one that was turned in. All right, let's see how this pairs. So what are some, like, crossing mushrooms? Is it literally just taking the spores from one and like?
I mean, yes and no. How about we save that for a different show? I'll do a presentation over it.
All right, like that.
So
That's even more than I.
I'm a little too baked right now. There's the reason of it, you know.
The penis goes into the vagina.
And sometimes misses.
No, I support that. Uh-huh. No, but I love, like, are these students liking the courses? Like, are they engaged as an online course?
Oh, yeah. I mean, not as engaged as, like, you know, in person, because you're literally in person next to people. But, I mean, I do asynchronous, which I kind of put up the material. That way, because I also work. And honestly, like being an adjunct doesn't really pay the most. So like I have a number of courses I'm teaching, and it's just kind of hard to do like in person and also work like a full-time job. So anyway, for asynchronous courses, I have like modules and I put up lectures and like video links and stuff. So for example, a lot of FCP stuff.
And then do you have office hours?
By appointment.
Okay.
But I mean, I have them do like work on like discussions and like, record videos and give like, like a 10-minute lecture.
But I feel like, yeah, I mean, even a lot of like in-person college stuff is moving in that direction where like a lot of lectures are filmed and then like, it's like, why do these kids even go to the class? And then they're just watching them online.
Yeah. I mean, like online education still has like its problems. I mean, it's just kind of like, from my, what did golden teachers say to the penis envy? Wrong, Cole. Oh, Lordy. Oh, man. That's funny. But I mean, I think that's the way education's going, though. You just see more and more like online classes. I mean, it does work though, like especially like asynchronous because people have jobs, they have families, they got shit to do. They can't be like, they have lives to live. So that's the reason I'm in online education. Plus, it allows me to work.
My head's died, and I'm trying to find my other ones. Hold on.
So, Damon, how you been today, man?
Good. Busy day.
Busy day?
Yeah. I'm in the middle of doing some IT work all of a sudden now. People are having problems with my network.
Do you get the remote work? I've
been working from, because like where my house is, I'm about an hour away from where my office is, and probably about 13 years ago I started working from here, and then I'll go in at night if I have to get like any of the financial documentation and stuff. So yeah, it's been, so COVID was like easy peasy for me. I have everything all set up, and then
you didn't freak out, pack your shit, move to Texas like everybody else.
No, this is on my little tiny island here that I live on. It's not an island, but I don't really leave my house ever. And then and then my other boss, she works from her condo, and she's been doing that for 10 years. So it's good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you miss in-person work?
No, because I actually like it's funny that you said like online has its problems. And I agree with you to an extent. The really good online courses have a lot of cooperative learning where you have no choice but to somehow connect, whether it's like through StreamYard, FaceTime, or something with your classmates. And that you need that cooperative learning element. In a lot of online places, it's like, here's your lecture. There's no discussion. Now here's your exam. And I feel people don't learn anything that way. Like, you need cooperative learning.
Although, and this, took me forever to find this. I feel like
you gotta let people go at their own pace, though, man.
Think of like in high school where like you had to read a physics textbook or a chemistry textbook, and those things aren't well written. They're it's an assumption to think that like a physics person trying to articulate to the layman whatever the topic is like elegantly and coherently laying it out. So like you read the chapter in that textbook and you're like, I don't really quite understand that, but like I took just to like try like to do it. I had taken statistics in college, and I was just like, I'm gonna do a Khan Academy statistics, like where it's just like the video with the whiteboard, and I think I did calculus 2 or something like that. And
Calc 2. I fucking hated that course.
the way he teaches, it's like you're getting it, and I felt like I was like I remember, I mean, it was kind of bringing things back, but also like I forgot a lot of statistics, and but I felt like I was doing a better job learning these things just watching essentially YouTube videos than like a lot of times in high school and college.
Yeah, like so like, I've seen Khan, so like he does this presentation immediately afterwards. He gives a quiz or within lecture quizzes.
Yeah. Yeah, I made Gemma do Khan Academy fractions and decimals. She had a test. She scored 100% on the test. I think the test was on Friday or something. So like Thursday night, and she's complaining the whole time because she just wants to be playing. And I'm like 2 more until the next quiz, and it's like 3 8-minute videos later, and she's complaining with each one.
Fractions and decimals. How old is she?
4th grade math, 10.
You're gonna be having her doing calculus by the time she's 11.
No, because she it's like trying to get her to do stuff like that is like getting a mule to move. Because I'm like, imagine how even stuff like piano, where like she goes to a piano teacher. I'm like, dude, if you just were into watching YouTube videos of someone showing you how to play something, I think you'd like it. And like, you'd get totally into it. And she's still not there where like she'd want to do that. And I'm trying to get her to that point where it's like, that's what I feel like is cool now, where anything you're like when a lot of us were little, you may be interested in something, but you're basically stuck at home with like the TV and whatever books you have, right? Like you can't be like immediate access to information on whatever just bounced into my head. And then if you want to get like really good at something, like now you can just be like tap into stuff. So that's also why I'm not really like, I feel like the education system could be worse, but like kids have the ability to, like, if you're doing 4th grade algebra or whatever decimals and fractions is, it's like I'm not worried as if I feel like my kids are lacking in something in school, you can just like find something online related to whatever that is. Which I don't like, we didn't have when we were little.
No,
Yes.
we had like TV, books, and a card.
I remember both of those. I had both.
Did any of you guys keep your detention and suspension slips to like reread at this age? I love going through my like compiled file of all the slips. This shit's hilarious.
Relive high school trauma.
It's hilarious.
Oh man,
I remember, having to tell your parents that you just I didn't even tell him like leading into the suspension. It was like I am suspended. I'm not going to school tomorrow because I'm suspended.
Taking a little break.
Nashua, New Hampshire.
What about New Hampshire?
No, sorry, I'm reading. An order is heading to Nashua, New Hampshire. Which I used to always drive past. Travis, how long's the drive from Maine down to Connecticut?
About 3.5, not too bad.
3.5.
About 4 the way I drive. I drive on the slower side, but
You're in no rush.
nah.
Isn't Connecticut that piece of highway between New York and Boston?
Yes.
Yeah, you could say that.
No, I like Connecticut.
Yeah, no, when I lived in New York, every weekend in the summer going up to see my parents and driving from the city through Connecticut, and it's like rush hour traffic. Yeah, there's not a lot of love for the 95 through all of Connecticut stretch.
95 corridor.
Yep.
Or even also like, so I ran some testing labs too, and like not too many people know the science behind like what the hell goes on for like the test. So kind of elucidate that for people would be kind of cool too. So I feel like there's a big disconnect between the labs and cultivators and processors.
Well, isn't it also that like I get the part where like some labs intentionally would fudge the numbers to get clients but like
that's why I got out of the business.
But if labs are trying to do things earnest, like 2 or let's say 4 good labs in earnest trying to get the most accurate results, are they fairly close in terms of like if each of them tested the exact same thing, would their results be?
Yeah, they have what's called proficiency testing, where like the state sends out an unknown sample and they analyze it. And
so they send the same sample to everybody.
Yeah, a known sample like concentrations.
Oh, cool.
And they'll see how far the labs are off. But that's I mean, I get it because you can kind of weed out like a really, really bad lab from the start. But there are some labs that change their parameters and SOPs to kind of fit within the PT. Then once that's through, because you only do it once a year, they'll kind of go back to like their old parameters and SOPs. And there's some labs that tend to have like 5 to 6% like more on average, say like on flour. And as business starts to go their way, because unfortunately we still buy, or the majority of people buy off of numbers, which like when I rarely go to a dispo, I don't even care about numbers. But unfortunately, the market's still number driven. But there are labs that do that, like or they'll get intentionally, so more people go to them, or or there's instances I came across it myself. It's why I quit, because I just kept getting pissed off about it and always getting arguments. But I've had some cultivators and processors solicit me to bump up the potency a bit, or stuff like that. And yeah, that shit goes on. So like to say, there's bad labs, but also like there's also bad cultivators and processors, and I think both of them should be held accountable.
That's game.
But yeah, testing's a weird business. But I think we do something kind of just shows off like, oh, hey, test for foreign materials, or you use a GC to measure terpenes and residuals, or, go through different pesticides and like the, action limits and shit like that. Or especially like microbials, like, oh, hey, here's like some tests they do, like, tests for aspergillus, it's usually qPCR. Or, potential pitfalls and like, errors in testing, and, maybe like what cultivators and processors can do, if they come across issues, stuff like that. Or HPLC, the measure potency, and here's like, how HPLC works, or, this is like kind of like a general methodology to do an extraction to run through HPLC to measure potency. Just like the basics, because to me, I think testing is probably the least understood aspect of the entire industry. And it's always kind of like a mystery, just, like, oh, hey, let's, send a sample of them, and it's kind of out of your hands. You don't know what, like, what they're doing to test for, what SOPs, or even just their chain of custody. Like, you don't know how none of that works. It's all what they say. I mean, the chain of custody is, it's the same, but like their methodology and stuff, they say it's proprietary, and, each lab within each state is essentially different. Not everybody has like the same SOPs. And unfortunately, we're not standardized as an industry yet. So, I mean, it's going to be years and years where that happens. But we're not like other industries, where like say like EPA or FDA have like, testing guidelines and everybody follows those. With cannabis, it's just a free for all, essentially. Still with testing.
I'm gonna hop out and cook some grub. I appreciate all the insights, though, James. I hope to see you do some of those presentations here on FCP, like you were saying. Be stoked.
Oh yeah. I won't be as high next time, so I'll probably make way more sense. But I wasn't planning to hop on.
Are there any things that like the testing lab's equipment isn't generally calibrated for that you think they should be, or you'd like to see them? Are you out?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off and cook some grub up. If you guys keep running, though, I'll hop back on and keep burning and learning.
Later.
Yeah, man.
Peace, y'all.
Is there sorry, George got back to me. Hold on. So things that you think the equipment should be because isn't it like it's not looking for all cannabinoids and then like all terpenes and all.
Oh no, I mean that kind. Not only does that like go like within like equipment limitation, but like we have these things for like called standards, which are like known amounts of samples, and use those to make your calibration curve. And when you do a sample, it'll like measure that, and it kind of comes up near to like our original like calibration. Then that's how you like quantify it. But most cannabinoids, like we have like maybe like 9. See, what I was using like in California, it was like a 9 kit where we tested 9 cannabinoids. I mean, there's more, but you also gotta understand like a lot of these cannabinoids are in super, super trace amounts, where they show up as like non-detected. Or you have issues like say CBC, say like on the HPLC shows up the same as CBD sometimes, and trying to like look at those and break them apart. But a lot of like the lesser cannabinoids, they're essentially in trace amounts. Like a lot of like SOPs don't show up, and that goes based off like the limitation of your equipment. So there's that. I mean, there's like some kits for like terpenes or oh gosh, I can't remember the one I was using a while back. But it only measured like 22 terpenes. I mean, they have like standards now where it's up to 52. But even then, like when you look at an SOP, like you only usually see like 2 to like 4 terpenes that show up. Like catch the eye. The rest of them are in small quantities. But I was also thinking, even like those like trace terpenes, they don't show up, but I mean, do they kind of have like play a part too? If there's like enough of them, maybe they like interact with like the dominant terpenes and it kind of like does its own thing, help with like the entourage effect. I was thinking about that the other day too. Because I mean, like you look at a lot of different strains that have a different nose, they tend to have the same 3 or 4 like dominant terpenes. I mean, yeah, there's other things like there's other volatiles like phenols and like thiols and esters and stuff, but I just don't see testing labs testing for those in the future. I just think the costs will be outrageous. I mean, the cost of testing right now is just like, say in Colorado is damn near as much as freaking selling it per pound, so it's just hard to make a turn a profit.
So let's say there's a cannabinoid like or a terpene that they're not. It's like in the, what do you say, like 26 versus 50 something. If it's in one of those outlier ones that's not caught on this test, does it still register that there's something there and it just doesn't know what it is, or would it completely miss it? So if you had something that's high in some rare terpene that's not being tested for, people would miss it, or would they be like, something's going on, but we don't know what it is?
Potentially just go based off of their standard and their calibration curve. So they could have like a kit that doesn't test for that specific terpene. Because like most kits, I can't remember the one I was using a while back, but it was like 22 or 23 terpenes. I mean, they have some that are like 52, but it just depends if you're testing for that specific terpene. So I mean, it could show up and you just don't know what it is. It's just blank.
Got it.
But essentially, if the lab's testing for it, then yeah. But you also got to think, if you're testing for more things, it's probably going to cost more money. And I mean, the cost of testing is just outrageous. It's just hard to.
What do you know about near infrared?
What's that?
Near infrared, like
Near
NIRS.
Oh, not too much.
No. Yeah, it's big in the grain sector, right, for quality assurance. Not so much in the cannabis sector. There's a couple companies that are mapping, but that's the problem. HPLC is the standard.
Oh yeah, there's a way better in HPLC. Like you should like use like an LC or something. But yeah, HPLC. I mean, I'm glad they use the HPLC. So I mean, it looks for THCA. I mean, because it's not carbonated. I mean, at least for flower. But like when you use like a GC, it heats up the sample, and like it'll convert some of that THCA to THC. So like THC would like show up higher. And also a lot of drug testing labs use GC to test for THC, which kind of sucks because like it heats up the sample and to test it, and essentially decarbs it, so you can not really like when it tests like your herb or like rosin, it could like fit underneath the farm bill, but since they ran through GC, like it heats it up and just you can pop hot.
It would be cool to also show different like equipment and explain like how it's measuring things.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, I could do that. Or show like, oh, hey, this is ICP-MS. This is what measures heavy metals. Then kind of
Here's
go in
a
there.
test result.
Oh yeah, here is what the test result looks like, and here's how it looks or shows up on a SOP, or not SOP, but a COA. But yeah, testing and psychedelics or psilocybin, because like all you find for psilocybin's for the therapy stuff, like facilitator programs. So and they're like thousands of dollars, and honestly, none of them cover like the biology or chemistry of it.
Yeah, what are a lot of the things that are in psilocybin and then in varying amounts, right? Like,
Oh my gosh, there's
as in like terpenes and esters and thiols and like what do mushrooms have?
all of it. So like psilocybin, psilocin, there's some phenols in there, other alkaloids, triterpenoids, beta glucans.
So do we have like a good understanding of the alkaloids and their effects and stuff?
Yeah, I would say for the most part. I mean, there's still like more we can do, but I think like as far as like the mode of action and stuff, how they tend to affect people, or
Like
how
what's
it's
an alkaloid's function?
An alkaloids, it depends. I mean, we can tell you like psilocin and psilocybin's like function, but
How about all right, psilocybin not for us, because I get what it does to us, but what's it doing for the plant?
Oh, for the mushroom?
Like why is the mushroom like, this is a good thing for me to be producing, right? I'm going to put some effort.
There's I think that one's still kind of in debate. You could say like it to deter predators, or maybe just kind of like a random occurrence, maybe just develop and just kind of stay that way, or maybe develop like say like the stoned ape theory, like say they start. Well, I mean, like stoned ape theory is like like mushrooms made us help speak, but I was kind of thinking maybe like primates, or just the ate something that kind of had like you made you trip and they liked it, and maybe it's selected for that like characteristic. It could have been like the defense mechanism, and just could have been just because no one really like there's no set like agreement. Personally, I think it'd be like kind of like the toad, when the toad's stressed out, secretes it makes you trip, but maybe something like that for the fungi. I don't know, but also like say you eat it and go shit somewhere, it's gonna spread those spores, and like spread its range, give it like a better
Don't make it poisonous.
Yeah.
Note to self,
I don't know.
be poisonous. Well, yeah, because then it's like, I mean, that's interesting because like a poisonous mushroom is like, nobody eat me, I'm good, like, but then other mushrooms would be like, I want to be, or like even plant like the pepper, talking about how like for the pepper, its relationship is with birds,
Yeah,
right?
it's
Because they
based
don't
on
feel
the
heat.
receptor.
Whereas
Yeah.
like if like a squirrel tried to eat the pepper, it'd be like, holy fuck, that's hot. And so like that pepper is like, I want just the birds which can fly far away, or like developing myself in that direction over like hundreds of thousands to millions of years. It's wacky.
Yeah, I don't know like how that goes, but with like for the but for like the Colorado River toad, like it secretes oh, I'm high as shit, so I can't remember it off of me. But anyway, it secretes
I'm right
its,
there with you, brother.
secretes its venom. I forgot the name off the top of my head, but never done it. Will do it because I don't believe in stressing out the animal. But you know, it secretes like its venom to make things trip, you know, as a stress response. So I can kind of see that maybe to deter predators for the fungi, but also, you know, maybe some things like the trip, and also, you know,
But those predators wouldn't be deterred for like an hour.
oh yeah, true that.
They wouldn't. They'd be like, I don't know. I'm trying to like. Why do I feel this way? They're not going to be like, oh, it's from that mushroom I ate an hour ago.
So maybe it was like our ancestors and a bunch of monkeys that like to trip balls and like realize like, oh, I eat this, then I trip.
Pigs dig up mushrooms. Do they love eating mushrooms? So then I'm assuming that it's like, what animals eat mushrooms, and then like the pigs have probably tripped a lot too, right?
I hope so.
Right. Yeah, that's what we were talking about before, like non-human consciousness animals tripping and being like, what the fuck is happening to me right now? and then making the determination that I like it so much that I'm gonna every time I have the opportunity to do it, I'm gonna do it. Like the thing that bites the centipedes.
Also, like, see, according to Dennis and Terrence McKenna, you know, stoned ape theory, it might have been how we learned to talk, or we developed language. It's like, you know, you trip on shrooms, you see all this like shit, and you kind of make noises that eventually
that you've never made before.
Yeah. Eventually you try to convey like what you're seeing to you know, your group, and I guess maybe from there just develop a
so when we moved past the grunts.
Yeah. Have you ever have a shroom experience for it? Have you ever like taken shrooms and got kind of like you feel like primal, like kind of grunt like a caveman? Has that ever happened to you? No.
Trying to think, not grunting. I had a great experience on my plane ride back from Rhode Island. It was trippy. It was I felt like I was the mushroom, the fungi was like telling me that it's like networks of fungi are kind of like controlling everything, and like we're like when we die we kind of go back in, like we get pulled back into this like mushroom matrix. But then I was also feeling like being able to like having feelings in my body, but going back to being at like different times in human history, and like
oh shit,
like in an African village in like 1300, in like a French village in like 17 whatever, like feeling history, and then so it's almost like the mushroom matrix also goes like lets you like feel through in time, and like you're connected to this matrix that exists in the here and now that like takes you back in when you're done living. Anyway, I was like, it's a cool trip.
What strain?
Thank you, mushrooms.
What strain and what dose?
That was the albino penis envy. And that was I don't know, probably 3 to 4 grams or so.
And you went on an airplane.
Yeah, with that and edibles.
That's gangster as fuck, bro.
Oh, I love it though. It's my favorite. I love flying on mushrooms and edibles, and like I could close my eyes and there's just like trippy shit happening in my head. I open my eyes and I'm like happy, sitting there in a plane, like watching Netflix, listening to music, like just closing your eyes and listening to music, and you're
So-
just like on a plane.
So tripping on 4 grams of apes on a crowded airplane up in the sky.
And yeah, there was this guy in my row who was on my side. It was like, I gotta go pick up my 6-year-old. Oh no. Okay. What were we just talking about? Mushrooms in the sky.
Mushrooms in the sky. How you're tripping on 4 grams of apes in a crowded airplane 30,000 feet in the air.
Oh yeah, no. So, all right, so this guy, he was special needs, and he was in the window seat. I was the aisle, and I had a dude next to me and a dude next to him. And then there was this like girl, and then an empty seat and this guy. And it like when we first got on the plane, he started talking to me, and I'm like, and the mushrooms had already started hitting. So I was concerned for him because he was flying by himself. And it'd be like if my 6-year-old daughter went on a flight by herself, like, but he was talking to everyone around him, and I was trying to like at the end of the flight, he like started to freak out, and I was trying to like calm him and like relax him. But I'm high as fuck. And so like the girl who was next to him was like probably 20 years old, and she was trying to be helpful too, but I was like trying to like coach her on things because I was too high to like, but then I would have like, yeah, it was a fun, it was, he was such a sweetheart, and it was an, like the whole back of the plane bonded around this one kid. But so the reason I'm telling this story is because I'm like out of my mind, and like the only one who's talking to him, except for this one girl who's next to me, but like having to like have coherent conversations while I'm just out of my mind was unexpected.
Did it work out in the end?
Yeah. No, I like he wanted me to wait with him, so everybody clears off the plane, and like my wife and daughter who were sitting way in front of me, which is why I was way in the back on the mushrooms. But like they got off the plane, the rest of the plane deboarded, and I walked out with him to help. Like, and my assumption was that I was like, I hope his mom is waiting right at the gate. And fortunately, his mom was waiting right at the gate. And then like I walked with him to like baggage claim, and like we hugged as we went our separate ways, and but it's like in the way that you look out for your kids, like I feel for like if I were his parent, like I care deeply for that kid, and I was really concerned about him when he's not my kid. And it's like, imagine being a parent knowing, this is me coming back from my dad's funeral, where it's like, imagine if your child is special needs, and you're going to like, there's a time where you can no longer take care of them. And that would scare the shit out of me as a parent. Like I can't protect my child who's probably always going to need some help. So anyway, that was one of the things I was thinking about as like just how much as a parent you want to protect your kids. And then how do you make sure that they stay protected like after you're gone?
Yeah,
So
a lot of empathy, man. But yeah, that's cool. So that's cool, man.
I hate computers. It's
Damon,
funny.
nose dab.
Nose dab.
I'm too old for that. That you got to be under 40 for that.
Is Fazoli in the house?
I can get them in the house.
Yeah, I don't know many people that do nose beers or nose stabs after the age of 40.
No.
I'll do one when you do one, Peter. Yeah. Hey, there he is. Summoned.
Wait, is he there?
Yeah, he's in the chat.
Oh, nice. It's like a genie in the bottle. Yeah, I am glad that I don't have to pick my daughter up from the bus stop.
Zoli says he doesn't have any dabs.
What?
If anybody in the Michigan area is currently watching,
He's in the yard. I like it. It's inspiring me to go into
in
my yard.
Michigan?
Yep.
Oh, that's fucking
I
cool.
think on the East Coast it's warm too today. Like Massachusetts and Rhode Island.
Oh, hey Peter, are you gonna put out the dark green Celtic shirt? I know it's just like the, dude, that one. I have two.
I
of
made,
the,
you have the other one?
yeah, I got two of them.
I love that shirt. I wear it all the time.
Do you have like the dark green one you used to have?
I only made one in total. I love it.
Oh, it's my favorite T-shirt I own.
I could. Oh, you have one of the dark ones too?
No, just the light green.
Oh, the light one. Yeah. And then
I want the dark green though.
Yeah, it has the 00 for Robert Parrish on the back.
Yeah.
The chief. And then it has the big cola on the front. Most people I walk by don't notice that something's off about the shirt. Like, I don't know if you get that if you're wearing it. Nobody's like, wait, I know what that is.
I love Channel 4.
I was thinking of doing a Lakers version, doing like different teams.
But Celtics are cooler than the Lakers, so
I know. Yeah, it would pain me to do the Lakers one, but I feel like it'd be funny. I personally wouldn't wear it. But like, it's the basketball.
Portland Trailblazers. I mean, Portland's a weed spot, and oh god damn it. Oh my gosh, I'm in a brain fart from hell right now.
Basically, for the Lakers, instead of the ball in their logo, you just have a seed with the tiger stripes.
Oh, Bill Walton. Do one for like the Portland Trailblazers because Portland's
Walton, yeah.
It's kind of like a
old school jerseys.
Oh yeah, Big Red, man. Dude, when he died.
How about Lou Alcindor?
What's that?
Milwaukee. Lou Alcindor.
Milwaukee's about beer.
according to Laverne and Shirley. All right, I was gonna look for the dark green one. Hold on.
But you got to do one for Oklahoma City, though.
Where was Welcome Back Cotter based from out of?
New York.
Okay.
I think
Was there-
Queens or Brooklyn.
Was there another show that was based out of Milwaukee?
Laverne and Shirley, right?
Yeah, but there's got to be another one because what about Balky? No, that was Chicago.
Bucky Bartakamus.
Yeah, that was Chicago.
His character in True Romance, I loved too. I also loved Balky. So here's this one, the front.
That's the one I want. That's the one I want.
And then the back.
Yeah, I didn't know how to double zeros on back because like the light green doesn't.
Yeah,
But
well, I don't need to do that, but I kind of liked it.
Happy Days. Thank you.
Oh, Happy Days is based out of Milwaukee.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't Laverne and Shirley a spin-off of Happy Days? So that would make sense that it would be in the same city. Family Matters was a Perfect Strangers spin-off. Was that with the robot girl, or what was the one with the robot girl?
A Small Wonder. Small.
Small.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was Family Matters?
Urkel.
Was a spin-off of what though?
No, Family Matters had Urkel in it.
And that was a
spin-off.
Perfect Strangers spin-off?
Yeah.
Meaning they were in Perfect Strangers as like a side family?
I think Perfect Strangers ended up showing up in Family Matters.
All right, let me figure out where's the there it is. Actually, so the next, hold on. Let's see if I have. Trying to find the third t-shirt here. Not you. Oh, that's weird. All right, I can't find the third one of these, but oh, you know what? No, you're not in there.
How many students do you have, James?
In my fundamentals class at Wichita State, 15. And my other two are like 12 and 13. Like nothing like huge.
Not 500.
Not 500. Was like if you had 500, you have to do asynchronous. Doing like a. No, I mean you could do like a Zoom as well, but man, 500. To me, it almost seems like it would have to be in person. I mean, you could probably pull it off though. Yes, that's the one I have.
Yeah, hold on. Oh, here. No, that's not it. I'm trying to. There's a third shirt. Where the F are you?
Oh, wait. Let me go to StreamYard.
Okay, so this is the one I want to make. So I've gone through
That's cool.
3 iterations. So there's one.
Oh, I like
2.
that. That's cool.
And then 3.
Go back to 2.
Two caught my eye.
Yeah.
Hold on.
2 is yeah, that's the winner. That
Chat
one's
box, what do you guys think? 2? 1, 2, or 3? 2.
2. 2's wicked awesome.
3. And the 1, which is just more subtle.
You need the purple on the green. But everybody,
Yeah, well, so that then it's also like the different. I mean, that's what I was doing. Like, I was like, I want a shirt that's like an off-white, because I have a bunch of like black shirts. But yeah, finding different colors.
Are those silk screened or are they embroidered?
They're these as just the one-offs are actually it's a good, I don't know what it's called, but they only started having it maybe like within the past year. Hold on. I also want to find like a local LA t-shirt shop. Like, I use almost exclusively Bell and Canvas, or Bella and Canvas, which is super soft. Like, this one is super soft, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, for me with a t-shirt, the first thing is like like when someone's like making t-shirts on like Fruit of the Loom t-shirts, which are like it's almost like putting burlap on, right? Like,
Yeah,
not
it's all scratchy
comfortable.
and shit.
it's I want something that feels good, and I'll fucking wear that shirt till like it's like falling apart.
I won't buy Fruit of the Loom anymore. Ever
But
since
that's
they took
selfish.
away the cornucopia. I'm not, nope.
Of fruits.
Yeah. So do you know what the Mandela effect is?
I feel like I've heard of it. What is it?
Okay, it's like so do you remember it being Berenstein Bears or Berenstain Bears?
Berenstein.
Berenstein.
It's Berenstain. T-A-I-N. Now
Berenstein?
yeah, Berenstein. Or no, it's Berenstain. Stain.
Berenstein.
No. So it's things like that where so like there's a Britney Spears video where she has a headset on but no microphone, and everybody's like, well, what happened to the microphone? Like, elements used to be rice papers, right? So with Fruit of the Loom, I remember it having a cornucopia behind all the fruit. Never existed, right? And that's like, or the Monopoly guy, does he have a monocle or no monocle?
Wait, so on the tag there is no fruit?
Yeah, there's no fruit on the tag. And I remember it having.
I thought there was like a pharmacopoeia of like fruit.
There's
like
no
on the logo.
there, yeah, but that horn, the horn of plenty, isn't on the logo.
So where is it? Just
Oh,
in
it's
their
just the fruit by
market, like
itself?
their
No,
TV ads or something?
they've never used it.
Wait, so how can we all have it in our head?
Exactly, because so the theory is, like, there's a documentary on Tubi that it, like, there's a little bit about the Mandela effects that are all going on, and then they start talking about like the Higgs boson particle and what has happened at the CERN reactor. So what the theory is, and like there's a a psychological term for what everybody's going through. But what the theory is that when they started smashing particles together, we started jumping universes. And so like there's some of us that remember, the TV show that was on HBO with Sarah Jessica Parker and the ladies in New York. What was the name of that?
Sex in the City.
You're saying
that's what I thought.
No, they didn't. And you're saying, what are you saying, James?
Sex in the City. Sarah Jessica Parker.
And
Sex in the City.
See, there you go. I remember it as Sex in the City.
In the City or and?
It's and. There's also the "they really like me" speech. Oh, and if you build it, they will come. That's not what's said in Field of Dreams. Like you can go and look.
What's said?
If you build it, he will come.
Yeah, I like they better.
So it's all these things that we have wrong. Anyway,
They will come.
The theory is that the Higgs boson particles jump timelines on us.
Wait, what? Like they went into the future, into the past?
Yeah, we jump timelines when they smash protons together.
I'll take it.
Yeah, there's a 2019 film called The Mandela Effect. And then, so like here, I'll look up some examples. Get your tinfoil out.
Wait, so we hop timelines.
This is what they think, because when they smash these particles together. So now we're part of a different timeline where.
Wait, so you're telling me all my timelines suck ass?
Like all of humanity is now on a different timeline than it.
So is it Sex and the City or Sex in the City? There's the origins. King Henry eating a turkey leg.
But what does this have to do with the nuclear?
Because that's what they figured the theory is. Okay, so you remember it, Luke? I am your father. We ran around on the playground saying it all the time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's not what it is.
He never said that. He said,
"Yeah, no, I am your father," which also doesn't make any sense to the film, right? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Apparently, it's magic mirror on the wall, not mirror, mirror on the wall. This one I don't really know how Oscar Mayer is spelled. Is it Y-E-R or A or
M-E-Y-E-R?
M-E?
Oh, M-A-Y.
Yeah.
Ooh.
No. Instead,
is it M-A?
No, it's M-E.
M-E, okay.
Yeah.
What is it? My Oscar Mayer.
Man, there are a lot of those.
Yeah, Berenstain Bears. Oh, Shazam starring Sinbad. That never existed. It was never a movie. Pikachu's tail.
So wait, what's the explanation for why I thought there was a movie that had him in?
So the real explanation or the tinfoil hat conspiracy?
I'll take either. Are you going to eventually give me both?
No, I'll give you the one you asked for. So false memories are caused by like a mass group of people believing something, and then all of a sudden like everybody believes it. But what the tinfoil hat is that when they started using the Holodon corridor and smashing particles together, that every time that energy is released, we end up jumping or shifting timelines to where things were a little bit different. Val, do you want to come on and explain this for me? Peter and James are like, I want what Damon said. So, Damon, tell me more about the Red Lead Puck experience. What's that like?
So did you? So you got the Tootsie Roll flavored. Did you get any of the other ones he talked about, or anything
So
else interesting that you liked that was different?
So what really stood out to me is we can get this rose petal syrup that you mix with your milk. And so Chilbert, he went and bought some in England, and the recipes could be different, but really it's the Tootsie Roll and like rose oil, like flowers and this. It's just very unique. I had never had anything like that, so I just love it. I feel like, yeah, I'm probably nuts, but I think
So it tastes like as if I was eating a Tootsie Roll and drinking milk with rose oil at the same time.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I guess it's not that.
So I would no, I was gonna say I'll try that. And
Hey Peter,
yeah.
how mad would you be, or I'm sorry, not mad, but disappointed would you be that I was hitting BHO?
So I'm not I don't have a I mean I don't like I'm not like a big rosin person either.
No, I'm a rosin person. I just got a hold of some batter from a friend, and it's actually pretty solid.
But like I would smoke I mean personally I like kind of like stuff I can sprinkle into like a bowl or I'm not like hitting the torch and taking fat dabs, but like to the Murrays of the world, I feel like you can create like if you can do it, it's one of those things where if you do it right, it's exceptional high quality. But
Yeah.
if you do it wrong and you don't get everything out of it, it's toxic, right? So
Well, I was just like wondering because like BHO, I was like, I've seen way too many videos over the years of like butane labs blowing up, and like back in the day, it'd be open, like during college, it'd be open blast on the balcony,
yes,
make poop soup, or and also BHO reminds you of like the titanium nail days where you just sit with a torch and heat it till it's like glowing red. Like, come on, pussy, fucking hit it. Next thing you know, you're on the floor just dead for like 3 hours. That's what BHO reminds me of. But I got some
yeah.
battery.
So there's also that whole side, but like I wanted kind like we did this history of rosin with Nicotee and Phil Salazar and I'm blanking on who else, but I wanted to similarly do a live resin with Kind Bill and Rye Pritchard and Giddy Up. It's like just it's laying out like history, right? Like this was something that was defining, right? And this is like the early days of it. So I'd be psyched for that conversation to happen. And that's hydrocarbon extraction. So
Nah, there's nothing wrong with BHO. I'm just a rosin guy, but I've honestly been trying to get a hold of some shatter like lately, just kind of like throwback, even though like
old school.
Yeah. But there's nothing wrong with butane.
Now that's why I like the idea of a Murphy kind of explaining like proper methods and like making sure people who are doing it right.
But I mean, like on some of these COAs, I've like seen like butane's like one of the residuals. Like a lot of it shows up as non-detect, and like, a lot of them like the ppms are just tiny. Like you would lighten up your bowl with a butane lighter would probably like have more butane in it than some of these like extracts They're pretty safe for the most part if you do it right. Then back in the day, we were all hitting poop soup, crackle and stuff as you're torching it.
Yeah, I remember in the early, CO2 extraction was big for a while in the vape pens, or at least in California.
How do you feel about CO2?
I mean, the only experience I ever had with it was just in the little vape pens, which I wouldn't touch now. But when they first came out, you're just like, these things are so fucking amazing and practical, and no one can smell it.
I never really got in on the CO2 stuff.
Nothing's popped yet.
Oh, Peter, you growing peppers this year as well?
I sure am.
I got black pearl pepper, dude. Do it.
A black pearl pepper?
Oh yeah, it's an ornamental pepper, but it's that one Stephanie and I were talking about. That's all purple, has like a shit ton of anthocyanins, and it's ornamental pepper. So the peppers are about as hot as the cayenne, except they grow upward and look like berries. But it's like the craziest, prettiest plant.
So you wouldn't eat that pepper?
Oh no, hell yeah, I would.
Oh, you would? Okay.
I never had one, but
yeah, no, so I'm gonna grow the sweet picante peppers again.
Hell yeah.
Which will be in year 2, and then I'm growing their which is like this. Hold on.
I want to grow some Carolina Reaper, but it's just like I'm not gonna eat that many Carolina Reapers, so I'm just debating whether I should even grow it.
So I want to. So remember, I had the epiphany with her of like you could grow, what is it, the 4 different species, and you won't interbreed them, which means you could do seed production for 4 different. So the Murasaki are in a different species than the sweet picante, and then I want to find one in the 3rd species, and so then I'd have 3 different growing that wouldn't cross-pollinate. So I need to figure out what the next one is, but I'll have 2 going within the next couple weeks.
Nice. Yeah, I like peppers. It's kind of like the pepper breeding guys remind me, or pepper breeding people remind me so much of cannabis breeding people. It's kind of like the same mindset, and like they're real particular and stuff.
I like eating peppers, so it's like, yeah, just to like I'm psyched to just like Scotch bonnet's one that I've been wanting to grow.
Dude, those are fucking. They taste good, but they're fucking hot.
Yeah,
they taste good though.
One of my friends in college is from Trinidad, and his dad would grow Scotch bonnets, and he lived in Long Island, and make it. His name was Clyde, so he'd make Clyde's hot sauce. And it was with his Scotch bonnets, and it was the hottest hot sauce I've ever had. and like it used to put people in fetal positions when they would try it. And so I've wanted to ever since, like, I think a couple times he sent me like, since, you know, in the past 15 years, like, sent me a bottle at the end of the season, but I want to make it myself too.
Dude,
All right,
what
I'm
about
gonna check
pickled
on my
peppers?
6-year-old. What's that?
What about pickled peppers?
Well, so I pickle my peppers because other, like, I can't, they come so fast, and especially if they're hot, like only I really eat stuff that hot. So like my kids aren't, it's just me, so I'll like start pickling everything. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna check on
Damon, you
my
eat peppers?
Yes.
Yeah, I do. I don't pay much attention to it. Like the kids, they have. Well, last year they had 32 plants going, and then a
Oh dang.
4x4 bed. So and every once in a while they'll slip me one and be like, "Here, eat this." Right? But
It's kind of weird,
yeah,
man. You look a little bit of high eating hot peppers, man. It's the craziest thing.
yeah. I gave one to the 20-year-old, and he's like halfway through it. He's like, "Why did you do that to me?" So, yeah, it could be crazy. The kids love hot sauce, love it, absolutely love it.
So, was there like a tobacco show the other day I missed about tobacco?
Not that I can remember. Not that I'm. Peter grows it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've done one plant, and I still have a ton of it left, and that was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, yeah.
I've never grown tobacco, but I want to, man.
My experience is limited. It's one of the plants I didn't need to start indoors to take outside. Yeah, and it got really big, like 8 feet tall, or maybe about 6 feet wide.
Oh damn.
Yeah, that's huge.
No, because I mean, I smoke cigars from time to time, and just like the way they do it, like there's so many like different varieties from different like origins, you know, and like they're all blended together and like wrapped and just, and not to mention drying and curing for cigars. It's just like everything's so dialed in.
I generally use mine as like pest deterrent. So I take 1 cup of the tobacco leaves to 4 liters of water or a gallon of water, and I just make a tea. I'll spray my plants with that and veg. Yep.
Nice.
Yeah. I've maybe only had 2 cigarettes of it because it's gnarly stuff.
It's probably like a cigar at that point. You're not supposed to.
Well, so years ago, like my buddy, he's like, if you want to quit smoking, grow your own tobacco. He's like, well, what do you mean? He's like, because it's different. It's way different. It's not what you're buying from the store. And he was right. How effective is the nicotine spray? It works. I don't have to use it all the time. Very rarely. Like I don't really have, the only time I end up getting something, and it's usually gnats, and that just comes from stupid watering on my behalf. Knock on wood.
Wasn't Fazoli gonna come on and do nose dabs?
He said he's out of gas. He has no dabs. That's why I was like, if anybody in the Michigan area wants to go pay Fazoli a visit really quick for us.
Oh, like butane for his torch.
No. Like dabs.
He doesn't have any rosin.
Yeah.
Okay. There he is. We were talking mushrooms. And I've been eating his mushrooms and having very enjoyable trips.
Mushrooms. Speaking of mushrooms, has anybody seen the show on Adult Swim, Common Side Effects, like Mike Judge's new cartoon?
So I saw an ad for it, and I was like, I don't know what that is, but I want to try to get
Watch
whoever
it, bro.
is to come
Dude,
on.
Watch it.
Is it as good
Mike
as
Judge?
like?
I think it's gonna be like a top 5 like show ever on Adult Swim, if not top 2. It's that good.
So do you watch like King of the Hill still?
Oh yeah, King of the Hill, Beavis and Butthead.
I see. I never liked Beavis and Butthead. I thought it was just not good.
It was the 90s when it came out. Like, it was MTV. It fit perfect.
No.
It was a little
horrible.
too much, but in a way they were absolutely hysterical, right? Like there was too much Beavis and Butthead.
I'll tell you this much: I don't go back and binge watch it like I do King of the Hill, Solar Opposites, South Park, that sort of thing, right? Like it just
Family Guy.
Yeah, Family Guy.
South Park. Yeah.
King of the Hill, I love. You know they're bringing that back. Right?
My kids watch Bob's Burgers.
It's actually a really good show. It's not on my top 5, but it's entertaining.
Ren and Stimpy. I liked Ren and Stimpy when I was younger.
That was insanity.
Personified.
Oh yeah. Aeon Flux. Yeah. I had a fever dream about that. It was gnarly.
Aeon Flux, like with the
like you woke up
and eyelashes always creeped me out.
No, it just kept playing over and over in my head, but I had like either meningitis or mono. Like it happened when I was like, maybe 10, 11. Yeah, I got super sick.
Damn. Both at the same time? I had
I can't, so I can't, like it's hazy. I know there was one Christmas, like I always used as a kid, always got sick at Christmas, and there was one where I slept right through from like Christmas Eve until the 27th.
Oh damn.
So yeah. I don't get sick anymore. It's great.
Did Santa eat his milk and cookies?
Oh, I have no idea, James. I was so sick when that happened. And like we went skiing as a family, and like I got ditched in the ski patrol area, which is okay, like, but not really. Fucking sucked royally.
Damn, bro.
But yeah, I've seen that. It's Common Side Effects is what it's called.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the name of it at all.
It makes me think, like somewhere, probably in multiple spots on this planet, there's probably a mushroom or a plant that can, cure cancer and shit. And like we're just destroying the environment. It makes me think like, like how many cures have we just rid off the planet, Like it's what kind of Common Side Effects reminds me of. But it's a good show. Peter, you gotta watch it. It's that good.
No, I'm looking at it now. I saw the ad for it with my kids. Like the TV, it was adults. It was like showing that commercial, and like none of my kids were really paying attention, but I was like, I want to watch that. I was like, am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? I was like, that looks awesome.
Now he finds a mushroom in Ecuador that could cure everything, like dementia, like cancer and everything. And Big Pharma and the government are trying to kill him or silence him and take away the mushroom.
Yeah, I want to bring my neighbor on and actually have him interview guys like this, because he was the voice of Cleveland in Family Guy.
No kidding.
Yeah, and I think Consuela,
No.
like a bunch of characters. He's good friends with Seth. No, who's the guy who wrote
Seth
Family
MacFarlane?
Guy? Seth MacFarlane. Like I think his brother was roommates with Seth in college, or something like that.
Get Seth on, dude. He's a pothead.
Well, that's why I want to bring Mike on, and then have him interview like a Seth MacFarlane or like Trey Stone or
Bruce.
But I'd be psyched to listen. Like, what I want to do is go over to his house. He likes to smoke out of a bong. So I was like, I have no problem with that. So to go over to his house and like smoke with him while he's interviewing, or like while we're sitting there with one of these guys, which would be really cool. So, but I think as a first thing, just get him on here.
Dude, that would be epic. I got a question. I haven't been in the California scene for about 5 years now, but Measure S with Humboldt. Are they voting on that like next week or at the end of the month? But it seems like if nothing can be worked out, it's gonna put a huge hit on farmers in Humboldt. So
I don't know how anybody can be in the government and seeing what's going on with the whole industry and come to the conclusion that like, let's jack up taxes is the solution to anything.
it's horrible, man. But
Like even in the government, like it's the government shooting itself in the foot too, because like if they taxed healthy, happy, growing companies less, they generate more tax revenue than if they put like this huge weight vest on everybody and like basically half of them go out of business, and the rest are struggling. Like it's not in the government's interest either.
mm-mm. But like when we last talked to Kevin, he said there was like what 200 and like something licensed farms.
Oh, left.
Yeah, left in Humboldt. And there was like over
That's
2,000
insane.
at once.
It's like extinction events, right? For
Yeah, and like when Measure F, if like nothing gets worked out, man, I think they're gonna take away all those permits, man. I think it sucks to see.
If all of us can remember, I'm sure Russell could give us an update tomorrow. Even though he's not still there, he lived in Humboldt for the past like 18 years or something.
I've only been out there a couple of times, but that place is magical. It's magical.
Yeah.
Because like when I saw the redwoods, like Avenue Giants for the first time, I almost just took my phone and just chucked it and started walking into the woods. I didn't want to leave.
Yeah. Again, like if you create something with lots of people in it, creating jobs, you get to tax lots of people just a little bit and you're good. No, I mean, I've had like a Lori Ajax, who used to run the Bureau of Cannabis Control, And then Nicole Elliott, who's
Lori Ajax, that bitch.
well, it was interesting. Like I would put things in front of her that were like crippling the little guy, and she'd be like, "Oh, golly gee, like really? Like you guys are having difficulty with like whatever it would be." And it's like, how do you not see this? Like this is all day long, you come into work every day and you're just meeting with cannabis companies, and like it's not like they weren't getting feedback, but like they were still so, I don't know if it was like willfully oblivious or just like stupidly oblivious to stuff where you're like, like even when going through packaging requirement changes, right? Like little companies being like, I got to throw away all my edibles packaging, put it all in new packaging, but I don't even know like what I'm supposed. So if I run and like get a quote from China to print out X number of pouches with my branding on it saying exactly this, and then like find out that I had something like in the wrong space and have to like now. So like it was things that were costly to people. And they were like oblivious to the pain they were causing. And
It's all about
Yeah.
power and money, man. But man, it just sucks, man. The farmer always gets bitten in the ass, man. They always get the shaft.
yes, I would agree with that.
So yeah, I mean, I hope something can be worked out, man, because like it could pretty much be damn near the end of Humboldt. I mean, there's always going to be like their traditional market, but you know, people put their whole livelihoods, you know, trying to sustain like they just got the shaft.
Right. All right, I'll be back again. I am still very high.
Me too. Yeah, I was kind of debating whether to get on, so I was like, man, I'm high as shit. Oh well.
It's okay. You're a trooper. Oh, you know what? I never sent.
I think FCP4 is going to be our most popular channel. It's going to be the most popular FCP channel.
It's the chill channel. That's
The
what I
chill-
like. It's
there you
like it's very relaxed. Yeah, but I think getting so the creators of Common Side Effects, Joseph Bennett and Steve Healy, and then the voices are Dave King, Emily Pendergast, Mike Judge, Martha Kelly, Joseph Lee Anderson. Ty, there's only one way to find out. I mean, some of them do. Like the shade ones, probably not. But like the Glessner, the Comstock, the Hopi tobacco should hold up in the. I mean, I think everywhere is getting hotter. So whatever Vegas temperatures were 10, 20, 30 years ago. And then today there's only one way to find out. But yeah, I don't think I do the shade one. Well, actually, unless you can keep it in the shade. I didn't think about that part. It's mostly just I don't think it a ton of sun. What were we just talking about? Oh, TV shows, cartoons. Yeah, no, I'd love to hear like Danny Elfman talking about composing composing music for like cartoons.
He does Beetlejuice as well, yeah. Is that
Did
Danny
he?
Elfman?
Well, that would the I don't know for the music.
I think it's Danny Elfman, or at least I hope. I wouldn't
Yeah,
mind
I'm
getting
trying
like
to think.
one of the cigar people on and talk about drying and curing.
Yeah, that Saint Bernard's observation booth, I think, was the one who mentioned the guy in maybe North Carolina that does like or like permaculture tobacco farming at scale.
Oh damn!
Or if I remember correctly, I may be misremembering that, but
So I don't really know too much about tobacco, so I like to learn a lot more. I actually wouldn't mind trying to grow it in my backyard.
yeah.
I do,
Well,
I
so
do
the
like
thing is
occasional
just
cigar.
yeah, I like cigars.
Got me like a Maduro right here. Might hit that bad boy later.
Yeah, pre kids, I would just like start a cigar kind of in the late morning and just like for the rest of the day, like smoke it for a bit. It goes like come back to it throughout the day.
Makes me feel like a mobster.
Yeah, I like the buzz. Like the taste I love in my mouth and then the little cigar buzz.
Oh yeah. And plus, like the craftsmanship that went into it, you know, premium cigars are fun.
Yeah, I remember I went to Cuba and we went into like the Cohiba factory, like where
You
a
shook
bunch
hands
of
with Fidel, and
little old men are like at their workstations, which are like wooden tables with all their equipment is like 80 years old. Like there's nothing like modern in that process, which is really cool. But yeah, it'd be cool to have someone, if anybody can identify someone who can drop tobacco knowledge, reach out, because that would be, it's like the hop stuff, right? Like,
yeah.
who do we know? Who do we know?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I can.
That's
I can try to.
oh yeah, let's get the, that's an easy low hanging fruit, right? We could get a hops conversation going.
Yeah, and I have a brewer friend who's good friends with like the head salesperson who is a brewmaster, or former brewmaster, but he's like head of sales for Hopsteiner, and they're like one of the bigger like hop producers. So I could probably see if he wants to come on. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I can't wait for Tom Shellhammer to come back from sabbatical.
Oh yeah, the aromatics guy. That dude is he's a smart cookie.
Yeah, I remember years ago I had a conversation with Rob Clark, and we just went down like a hops rabbit hole. Then I think I put it on. I think I didn't have it online for a long time. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Hemp and cannabis diverged 28 million years ago. They're literally the closest things related to each other. So I was like, well, I like weed and I like beer, so checks out.
Yeah, I think I've shown this before, but
First of all, how long have you guys known each other? Like, when did you first meet in like the Amsterdam?
this is when I had a little
African
studio space in Santa Monica,
pretty popular at the time. Malawi.
and I just smoke weed and talk to people.
But now you're involved in that.
You do that now.
Well, not as much.
Wind up with cannabis that is all the same.
Economic considerations that will come to bear as well. And people didn't go to originally in the 70s. People did not go to Humboldt County to grow cannabis. They were back to the landers. They found cheap, disused, and abused largely land, and they, brought it back and made really lovely homesteads and financed this whole process by growing weed. All right. And when Mojave says there never really was a boutique industry, there wasn't. It was an illegal industry, and everybody was a boutique grower. There were smaller ones and larger ones, but now you got guys with ranges of greenhouses that are acres, and they're legal. And you're not going to compete with that. You're going to be part of the system that where you can fit in.
Anyway, that was there's a big like hops part of that conversation. But yeah, I'd be psyched to listen to people talk hops.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sweet. Do you see this? What are isoacids? James, thoughts?
I saw that. For like weed or hops?
I don't know. Mark, clarify the question. Oh, what makes your beer bitter?
Oh. Alpha acids. Like for
alpha acids, okay. Yep, alpha acids.
Yeah, because like it kind of brings like the bitterness, and IBUs is kind of like a measure of bitterness. But yeah, usually if like a hop and I don't know shit about hops, just I worked in a brewery for a bit, so that's all I know. But I guess like if a hop has like the higher content of alpha acid, the more bitter it is. I think so. Don't quote me on it.
No, that's what I'm reading on Wikipedia as we speak. Good job. Handling questions while high.
I'm not even a beer person. Now, the only reason I know that because like IBUs, because like IPAs, that's like the only reason I know that. But I don't know shit about hops or beer.
Yeah, I'm trying. It'd be cool to find a hops breed. That should be easy to find, like through where are most hops grown, like Oregon and Washington or something.
Yeah, Yakima Valley. Then there's a whole scene in New Zealand and Australia.
Right.
But yeah, Yakima Valley.
It's interesting, like that. Like those are the best environments to grow them.
Willamette Valley in Oregon grows a lot, but
Like, what makes that area optimal hops growing microclimate?
Hops requires more moisture.
So they're
it's like the soil, and I imagine the moisture, because hops requires more moisture than say like cannabis.
like in the air, like humidity.
Yeah, just precipitation and humidity. I've never grown hops. I want to though. I've seen like hop fields where you just see like big trellises that go on, and it's just vines. Not like wine.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna grow them. Someone sent me some hops that I need to find and start and see what they're all about. As my like tall something that's gonna get really tall.
Grow Citra and Mosaic, and then you can be like, that's what every damn IPA ever has in it. The Citra and Mosaic. Well, hazies anyway, but yeah, grow those.
Yeah, I want to hear about kind of the newer varietals.
Oh,
it'd be cool to have someone go through like a varietal like history.
Because like the main ones I know of are like Centennial, Columbus, Mosaic, Amarillo.
What did the Germans grow back in like what did the monks grow back in like the 1500s?
Like compared to now?
Yeah, like what do you
not
think?
Real. I don't know too much about the European hops. I know like they're not high on IBUs at all.
So anyway, I think if we had a hops expert on, we could ask lots of questions.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome. But yeah, like it's crazy because hemp and cannabis and hops are like the closest things related to each other.
Yeah, that's cool too. Do you know this one?
Nah. It sounds Bavarian though.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds very German.
I do like a good German Pilsner and a Dunkel.
I love in Germany, a huge beer stein.
I've never been. I want to go. I want to go to Oktoberfest, and I want to go to Berlin. I want to watch a Bayern Munich game as well.
Yeah, there's the Lance from Grove was trying to get me to go to the Berlin conference, which is like bigger than Spanibus.
What? For reals?
And I was like, I would love to go, but
that'd be wicked.
I don't know if I can go quite yet and just tap out on my wife with 3 kids to go to Germany to smoke weed on business.
But honey, this is serious business.
Right. No, she always gets pissed because she's like, it's not fucking work.
Hey, it's not work if you love what you do, huh? Tell her that.
I'm like, just because you don't like your job, don't hate me. You go to work events too, they're just not as fun.
Damon, do you go to like any other provinces?
Yeah, I'll go to BC. I'll go to Calgary, like Alberta. Sorry, Calgary is a city. Yeah.
Damon puts the family in the Winnebago in the summers.
Hell yeah.
Chevy Chase style.
My kids are all adults now. So I did drive to San Diego. with the kids. Our youngest was 10 weeks old at the time. It was a
From
blast.
Saskatchewan to San Diego.
Yep.
Fuck.
No, it was fun. It was fun.
All right, that's cool. But that was an adventure.
Yeah, well, I didn't budget for food, which was hilarious when I figured that one out. I was like, hold on
That's
here.
real cool,
this is getting kind of expensive. Oh, food. Like on the way there. I budgeted for food while we were in San Diego and Anaheim, but not for the 3-4 days travel. Which is
You go to like Coronado Island and stuff while in San Diego?
Nope, we did SeaWorld and the zoo. Still didn't see all of the zoo, and we were there for 2 days.
I've never been to the zoo, but Balboa Park by like the zoo and stuff, that's pretty damn big too. I'm sorry.
This is Damon's family every summer as they travel the provinces.
Yeah.
Roll them up.
Greatest movie series ever.
Was the John Candy 96 ouncer scene in a vacation movie or in a different movie? I'm totally blanking. Hold on. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
Oh, so good. The Great Outdoors. Here we go.
Yeah, that was a good show.
All right.
Great Outdoors and Uncle Buck.
We will probably
This
get
week, we're
dinged for
hosting a
this.
free trading and investing
Hold on.
workshop.
Hey, don't destroy FCP4. We're off to a good start.
That's a good idea. All right, I'll have the Royal Canadian mounted beef barley soup.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, and then that bucket of salad. Good.
Well, I'll split that with you.
You will?
Yeah.
All right, do that. That would help. And then I guess the medley of perch. My favorite. Okay.
Miss, what's the old 96er?
Oh, that's our world famous Paul Bunyan's Blue Ox steak. It is a 96-ounce prime aged beef steak. And if you or any member of your party orders the old 96er and finishes, everybody eats for free.
Want to go for it, girls? How about you, Chet?
People seem to like that. Yeah.
I'll try it.
Okay, great.
There you go.
Sounds good.
Seriously, though, has anybody ever eaten one?
Oh, no, not in my lifetime, no.
John Candy was like in stripes.
Bon appetit.
Oh, good God.
Let's check it out.
I miss 80s movies. This is making me want to eat a steak right now, though.
How is he?
That's good. Processing nicely. Processing very, very nicely. All right, continue.
This is the best part.
I think that just about does it.
He's not done yet.
Well, he may take a little while with that last bite, but it'll go down.
That ain't the last bite.
Well, sure it is. There's nothing on that plate but gristle and fat.
Double the bet.
No problem. Listen, if I can get a dessert down him, think you could throw in a couple of Paul Bunyan hats for the kid?
Oh, that's such a good movie.
Anyway, I miss The fat and grizzle line. So Uncle Doobie was on, holy shit, over 5 hours ago.
He's here in
It was
spirit.
supposedly he was coming back, but we had a whole Uncle Doobie conversation. And many conversations since. Oh, you know what? Fuck, I have Eddie and Ocho tonight. I gotta set that up. Hold on.
Kill Tony's on tonight too, which is great because you guys are on right after Kill Tony. So yeah,
What,
I lied. I watched Joe Rogan and I watched Kill Tony. That's what else I watch on YouTube.
So what time is Kill Tony is it a live broadcast or is it like
It's in front of a studio audience, right? They record it like 2 weeks before. So like tonight, the Kill Tony will air in 2 weeks. Yeah. On YouTube. And then for New Year's, he sold tickets through his website and did a live stream through his website, which he put on YouTube last Saturday. So it was like a good 2 months before it was on YouTube.
Yeah, I probably had to edit a lot of stuff, huh?
I haven't watched it. I watched it the New Year's broadcast. I paid for that, but I haven't watched it on YouTube yet to see. So Red Band, he says that there's not very much editing that happens with Kill Tony. Like for the most part, it's just like cutting the cameras together and then like a little bit of the audio.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to head to Austin sometime and check out the mothership because that's Joe Rogan's place, yeah?
I think that's where he is, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Austin, like, weed's pretty much legal. He just...
Oh, yeah, Joe Rogan's there.
Oh, yeah. I think Ron White's there now, too.
A lot of them are there now. Yeah, a lot of them.
Tony's there. Is Joey Diaz going to come down from Jersey?
Probably not.
Probably won't.
No, he loves Jersey. Yeah. Yeah.
No, but Austin's pretty fun. Where do you go out in BC?
Vancouver, Revelstoke, Golden, which is more of the interior. I've never been really far north in BC.
So I've been to Vancouver like once.
Yeah, Vancouver's great.
But my thesis, though, I got some soil from this place called Basque Lake by Kamloops.
Okay, yeah.
And it's different from like most salty places like the ocean because that's sodium and chloride. This one's like magnesium sulfate. But we isolated microbes from it and like we grew them on different concentrations of salt and shit and characterized them, like sequence a bunch of shit. But we put it through like Mars-like conditions and it fucking grew. So that was kind of like my whole thesis thing. But that's my connection to British Columbia.
Steel and soil.
Still in soil. No, we got it from a ranger.
Borrowing soil. I don't know if I like this very much.
And also Kamloops, I was like looking one time. Boris Karloff, the actor, that's where he got like his start. So Kamloops Playhouse. He did like Frankenstein and like The Mummy.
I didn't know that.
I don't know if you can see, probably not, but I have like all the Universal monster tattoos, but so I have like a Frankenstein and like a mummy, which is like what he did. But I thought that was like really cool. And Kamloops is just, it's kind of weird. I got the soil sample and water sample to my thesis, so that's my connection, man. Plus, I heard you can do shrooms in Vancouver, can't you?
Nah, not really. There's still like, if you or I were to do them, well, so like, here's the thing about mushrooms: they grow wild all over the place. If you're caught with them, yeah, absolutely, you're gonna get charged. Like if you have a bunch of them.
But I thought there's like facilities that grew them though in Vancouver.
Okay, so there are actually one of my buddies, he lives in Calgary though. He's got a Section 56 dealer's license for psilocybin. Nice. And so he can
I want
sell
one of those.
It's easier to get than a cannabis license from what he tells me. It's less invasive. The criminal record check just comes from a police station. It's not a security clearance. What Health Canada does with a cannabis license. So, so he can sell to other people that have dealers licenses, and so like primarily what that entails, there's not very many people with medicinal mushroom exemptions in Canada, like a handful. In Vancouver, they move towards they're not decriminalized. It was just an enforcement thing, and so they were choosing not to enforce it. Now, in the last 6 months, there's been a big turn on enforcement of everything but weed in Vancouver. So, but the really, and like they've got a bad fentanyl problem in like most places, but the more you get into the middle of the country, the worse it gets.
I thought psilocybin's supposed to get you off of Fetty.
Yeah, well, there is a big fentanyl problem in this country, huge. Like, I won't let my wife go to the city on her own anymore.
Oh shit!
So like, I grew up in a place where there was one homeless person, and he lived underneath a bypass, and that was very short lived. And a gas station gave him a job to work security. So they let him stay there to warm up and stuff. Now it's out of control. Like in the last 24 hours, there's the whatever drug these people are on, they're stripping and like dancing in grocery stores and laying on the produce or going to a gas station. Yeah, like it's weird. And like you
Sounds
have
like
the
meth, crack, or well, I'm not familiar with trank.
City just north of me, there was 45 overdoses in a 12-hour period, and now like that's in a city with like 200,000-300,000 people. It's not a very big place. Collectively in the entire province, we only have about 1.1 people individuals living here. So
damn.
Yeah. So I'm happy I'm in the country, right? Like, I don't have to deal with that. There's a town that's just down the road. So it got cheaper because like rent went through the roof for some people. So there's a few of like the destitute people that would move out into small towns. And now, yeah, it's very judgmental out where I live. So those people don't last very long. They end up getting kind of like, they realize it's not comfortable and they can't, screw around anymore. So yeah, it's pretty sad because none of this shit went on when I was a kid. Right. And
it's a different world, man.
Oh yeah, like rent when I was 20 was $500 a month, and that included everything. 2-bedroom, 800 square foot apartment. Like, yeah. And now that same place is like $4,000 a month. Like, whoa. So Canadian though. So take 40% off that.
It's still it's all expensive though, man.
Yeah.
Damon remembers better days. Um, but you answer my question, right? So for the people who are at the show, it's live, but the YouTube broadcast is at a later date.
Yeah, syndicated.
But is the YouTube just it goes live, or is there like a premiere where like there's a chat?
It's a premiere. Yeah.
Okay.
And there's the live chat. Yeah.
That chat goes like a million miles an hour.
Yeah. There's if you want to get anyone like
you have to say something like real provocative to piss a lot of people off. That's how he is.
Red Band, he's got his own channel that usually Wednesdays and sometimes like on the weekend he'll do a live stream where he's just sitting talking to the chat box and there's only 100 people in there.
Red Band?
Yeah. And then make sure you tell him I sent you there if you're gonna go and do this. So yeah, like FCP has better live stream viewership than Red Band. It's crazy to watch.
Hey, wait, FCP4 is gonna be like the marquee soon.
Yeah.
So
the Velvet Rope Club, the small boutique.
So with Red Band for like an hour, maybe half an hour, depends. He'll discuss like news and stuff. Like, so when the LA fires were happening a couple of weeks ago, he was going to his friends' Instagram stories and showing that, right? So you'd get a different perspective on things. And then he takes a 20-minute break and he goes into a VR lounge with these other people. And that gets really offside and colorful. Like that's a little bit weirder. But yeah, Red Band's only got like the most I've seen is like 110 people watching the live stream.
Because there's this pro wrestler who like was a big influence on me, and he's also a huge pothead, Rob Van Dam. And he does like a live podcast and he has like 30 freaking people, and like he's probably gonna be a like WrestleMania, like make a cameo and stuff. And it's like, you know, he's a Hall of Famer and stuff, and it's like his podcast is only like 30 people. It's like, man,
Red Band's good times. Kill Tony's the best time. Sometimes some of his shows really suck and you're like, man, I don't want to watch it.
who's gosh darn it, this guy with the dreads, like him and Tony always like just talk mad shit on each other.
Marcus,
kind of like chubbier guy.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Oh, okay, so no, that's not tonight.
Like they just say the most horrible shit to each other. It's funny as fuck. Like Tony make fun of him for being like fat and black, and like he would make fun of Tony for being, you know, in the closet. Just like they would just say like the most horrible shit to each other.
Yeah, Marcus. I can't remember the guy's name. I'm on there looking now. See, tonight it's, I don't know. Cam Patterson's pretty funny. He's pretty funny. Tyler Fisher's okay.
But yeah, Kill Tony's good stuff, man. So, are you a soccer fan? Hockey fan? Or what's
base
Toronto Blue Jays? Or?
So CFL, Canadian football, I'll watch that. UFC, I'll watch.
Oh hell, did you watch this on Saturday at Ankalaev and Potan?
No. Uncle Dana needs to come up with a cheaper alternative than spending $80 every 2 weeks.
Just go on crack streams. Just stream it. Make sure you got ad blocker and everything else.
Yeah. yeah.
That's what everybody does.
Yeah,
like
I know
everybody
does. I know everybody does.
Well, that or do they have Buffalo Wild Wings in Canada?
No.
I was like, they stream them at Buffalo Wild Wings and Twin Peaks. Is that Twin Peaks in Canada?
No, we don't have anything good. We Five Guys, Chick-fil-A. Where I
yeah, Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons pretty badass. You don't like Tim Hortons?
There's better than Tim Hortons. There's better than Tim Hortons, and it's called Robin's Donuts, and it's 10 times better. And like, so with Tim Hortons, after you're like, they end up changing when it first opens, everything's done in store, and then they slowly start shipping and delivering everything, right? But Robin's, everything's made in store, fresh, always.
Damn.
Yeah, so that's a hack. There's not very many of them left anymore because like Tim Hortons is
Hey, I like Tim Hortons more than Starbucks.
I never so there we have Starbucks here, but they're so far away. Like Tim Hortons has the market share. We've got another one called Second Cup, but they're generally in malls and like.
Oh, it says like an Orange Julius kind of set for like coffee.
Yeah.
Okay, is it good? So I get down some Orange Julius from time to time.
I had friends that every day they had to go to Tim Hortons and they were going like 2-3 times a day for their coffee. I just do it at home. Maxwell House, Folgers. It's a lot cheaper that way. No, not interested. Just woke up.
My hand.
Peter forgot his headphones.
So when we all get to do another FCP get together, because I think there was one in the past, but I did not go. Peter.
All right, my 3-year-old just woke up from her nap, so I'm gonna bow out and then come back at 8 with. Oh, so it's.
Well, we can kill the stream because I gotta go and eat.
Okay.
Yeah. And James could just sit here by himself.
Nah.
All
Nah, I
right.
get something to eat.
Everyone have a good one, and then. Oh, sorry. So this is what. I don't even have to say it. Hold on. It's muted.
To be a really good one. We've got Whitethorn Valley Farm. Our man Galen coming on to talk about some flower. We're actually going to debut a review of their Citrine Dream tonight. So we're going to talk about the flower and release the results and the actual overall score tonight before we do that on Instagram in the next day or two. So sneak peek tonight. Another huge bonus is that Whitethorn Valley Farm also has a new rosin collab out with iPoppy. And so both the Justin and Tim from iPoppy are going to join us and talk about this new Sour Peaches batter, as well as all the talk about Citrine Dream and the other stuff going on with Whitethorn Valley Farm, the Farm Cut Co-op. This is just some of our most loved and respected California people. So we're excited to have them on, and we hope you will join us. It's all going to happen at 8 o'clock Pacific tonight on the Future Cannabis Project on YouTube. The channel is FCP02, 8 p.m. Pacific. We're there every Monday night with other great guests and topics. So we hope you join us, but definitely don't miss this one. We'll see you there.
Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out, man.
Did you know that Justin Lee from iPoppy was in Arrested Development, the TV show.
What? No, that's pretty cool though.
He's Anyang Bluth. For anyone who watched Arrested Development.
I know what it is. I've seen a few episodes, but like I don't really know that much about it.
And then he started making hash, and he's really good at it, which is kind of cool. So, all right. Well, everyone have a good one, and that's where I'll be at 8 o'clock. And hope
Pacific
to
time?
see some of you there. 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Pacific.
Okay, cool.
Every Monday night. All right. Later.
All right, peace.